So there I was, drowning in a flash flood in a world that hadn't invented the wheel yet, and my last coherent thought was that I'd been at my desk doing unpaid overtime about 4 seconds ago. Guess what the universe had lined up for me instead? A cave, a tribe of people built like refrigerators, and a job offer nobody in the entire settlement wanted. Let me start with the rain, because the rain is the whole world right now. Day 33. That's what they're counting. 33 days of water coming down like the sky sprung a leak it has no intention of fixing, and Chieftain Li Wei stands at the mouth of his cave looking out at a white nothing where the landscape used to be, and sighs the specific sigh of a man doing math he doesn't like. While the floodwaters are still low, Jian, take the young ones out hunting. They need the experience. Now, when I say the tribe came out of those caves, I want you to picture something very specific, because hundreds of figures emerged undersells it catastrophically. Hundreds of people, built like black bears, came pouring out of a mountainside and started leaping several meters at a time across rocks in a raging flood, hunting for whatever the water had knocked loose. That's the morning commute here. That's a Tuesday's day. And somewhere in that crowd of walking refrigerators, there was one guy who was noticeably, embarrassingly smaller. Thump. Ajing's been swallowed by the flood. Yeah, that's me. 2 seconds into my new life and the river already ate me. Cough, cough. And underwater, in a body I had never met, my brain produced the single funniest sentence available to it. I was working overtime. How could I have choked on water? Then a spike of pain went through my skull and somebody else's entire life poured in through the hole. 16 years of memories that weren't mine, arriving all at once like a truck full of filing cabinets. And while that was happening, a hand the size of a dinner plate closed around me and hauled me out of the river like a wet cat. That's my isekai. No system, no goddess, no welcome screen, just a hand and a headache and a mouthful of floodwater. 1 month later, and I'm standing at that same cave mouth, watching the same rain. This rain is never going to stop. It looks like the Milky Way burst its banks. That's not me being poetic. The world in front of me is genuinely a white blur with no features in it. Through the curtain of it, you can still see the tribe's martial artists working the edge of the flood, fishing out driftwood, because in this weather, only martial artists can safely be outside at all. The kids who haven't awakened anything are in the caves and have been for 2 months. 60 days of this. The mountain torrents have never once stopped, and every so often, from somewhere deep in the mountains, you hear a roar like thunder that is not thunder. Welcome to the great wilderness. Vast, boundless, primitive, permanently on fire or underwater, and absolutely crawling with monsters. Without martial arts here, survival isn't hard, it's a rounding error. So I did what any man would do and checked what I was working with. I've got abs, solid ones. I'm 1.83 meters tall, which back home is genuinely a good height, the kind of height that gets mentioned in a dating profile. Here, I'm the Runt. The Zhiyan Tribe practices Kui Ox Fist, and the training regimen is essentially eat meat, fight things, and everybody grows up roughly the size of a calf. Everybody except me. I came out a step slow. And then there's A-Bao, my childhood friend, the guy who thinks of me as the little brother he has to look after. A-Bao is 2.3 meters tall. A-Bao could take 10 of me. Not in a fight, that's just the conversion rate. That's how many of me fit inside one A-Bao. For that whole month, I didn't go into the floodwater with the hunting parties, because I'd rather not be more trouble than I'm worth, and I'd already been fished out of a river once as a public spectacle. So I sighed and went back inside, where there was meat roasting over the fire, and the smell did nothing for me. Not a flicker. But you eat when you're hungry, so I got out the jar and pinched some fine salt onto it. And yes, you heard that right. Fine salt. In a tribe that lives in a cave and worships in a hole in a mountain. I want you to understand the specific grief of that discovery. Every transmigrator alive knows the plan. You show up in the primitive world, you invent salt, you invent soap, you become a god. And I got here and found the salt jar already sitting there like a joke somebody set up years in advance. My whole business model, gone before I opened my eyes. So I sat there gnawing tasteless roast meat with my mind wandering. And where it wandered to was, look, I'm going to report this accurately, because it tells you everything about what kind of protagonist you've got. He started ranking his own countrymen as food. The Mongolians are out, too much meat already. Xinjiang people would be good because the big day-night temperature swing makes them high in sugar, so basically dessert. Guangdong folks drink soup daily, very nourishing. Shandong is a must, slight scallion note. Shanxi comes with a hint of vinegar. Our Sichuan and Chongqing friends bring the spice. Xiangxi is off the menu because he can't eat takeout. He's smacking his lips, imagining the Brotherhood of Man as a tasting menu. This is the hero. 1 month in a Stone Age hellscape, and the man is doing regional cuisine on his own species. Nobody is eating anyone. He's just thinking about it, with a methodology. And that beautiful moment was interrupted by a bear walking into my cave. Sorry, that's A-Bao. Brother Jing, Uncle Boulder wants you at the Ancestral Temple. Which stopped me cold, because the Ancestral Temple is where you go for serious business, and I have spent the last month doing precisely nothing except eating and sleeping. Have I been caught slacking? Ask me again what they actually wanted. The Ancestral Temple sits in the middle of the village, surrounded by all the other caves, and inside there's a mountain-splitting quay, soaking wet, wrapped in vines, still very much alive, hauled straight out of the flash flood. Because tradition says the ancestors eat first. Every hunt, the prey goes to the temple. The temple keeper has to bleed it, butcher it, and bone it before a single strip of meat gets distributed to anyone. Trouble is, in weather like this, nobody catches anything live. You take what the river gives you. So Boulder, the hunt leader who dragged this thing in, hasn't left. He's standing there chatting with the old man who keeps the temple, and the chat is about me. Old uncle, didn't you say a while back your health isn't good, that you need somebody to inherit the temple? What do you think about Ajing staying with you? The boy's frail. Couldn't keep up with the hunt the last few times out. This time he nearly drowned. We honestly thought we'd lost him. A body that weak wouldn't survive being soaked in beast blood, never mind hunting alongside us. So why not let him sweep the Ancestral Temple? I hope the ancestors won't take offense. Master Li Cheng didn't even turn around. He just kept rolling a grayish-brown herb between his fingers. They're all children of our own tribe. Why would our ancestors take offense? I'm getting old. The temple keeper can't go on with no successor. If Ajing agrees, he comes with me. The hunting party doesn't need him. And Boulder hesitated on that one, because becoming temple keeper means you never leave the tribe again. Ever. You sweep the temple. You perform the rites. That's the shape of the rest of your life. Which is exactly why none of the young ones will touch it. They want the wilderness. They want to prove they're brave, and, I'm quoting the tribe's own priorities here, hug big-butt women. And he'd raised it with the old aging before. Every time, stubborn refusal. Let me put that trait in front of you the way a 16-year-old here sees it. Glory, danger, and romance out there, versus sweeping a cave until you die. Every kid in this tribe says no. I walked up and heard the roar of a bound monster before I even got through the entrance, and then Boulder calling out, "You two, in, quickly." Aging, does your head still hurt? It's much better now. And I bowed to the old man and dutifully called him master, because there's no getting around it. Every single person in this tribe, including hardened middle-aged fighters like Boulder, grew up eating Master Li Cheng's secret medicinal dumplings. You don't disrespect the man who's been feeding you pills since you had no teeth. And when I got a look at him, tall, still vigorous, ancient, my borrowed memories helpfully supplied a very long montage of this old man stuffing pills into a small boy's mouth. Aging. Master Li Cheng is getting old, and the Ancestral Temple cannot be left short-handed. You'll come and help him look after it. Look after the Ancestral Temple? Now, my fused memories are very clear about what this place is. The Ancestral Temple is the spiritual home of the tribe, the Holy Land in the heart of every person here. And the old me was violently against guarding it, because guarding it is a cage. But here's my situation, and I ran it in about 2 seconds. The great wilderness is lethal. My physique is a joke. Going out hunting is a coin flip with my life on one side and nothing on the other. And Uncle Jen sending me to the old man isn't a demotion, it's a rescue. It's a man finding the one job in this tribe that won't kill me and quietly putting my name on it. Don't do suicidal things. And if you can't hunt, don't ride along as a delivery boy and become somebody else's problem in a flood. Sweeping the temple isn't nothing. I am willing to protect the ancestral temple. And Boulder was genuinely surprised, because he'd braced for another refusal. Seems the flood knocked something loose. The boy's grown. The boy hasn't grown. The boy is a different person. But I'll take the credit, Uncle. Thank you. Uncle, everyone's getting impatient. Let's finish the offering and get the meat handed out. Master Li Cheng glanced at the tribesmen gathering outside and nodded. Jing, come here. So I straightened my extremely disheveled robes and walked over. The temple cave runs deep, and at the far end there are wooden shrines that, honestly, don't look particularly holy. But stand in front of them a moment and something settles on you anyway. I couldn't tell you why, I just felt it. Beside the altar there's a rack, and on the rack there's a knife and a bronze vessel and a few other bronze pieces. The knife's handle opens into a hollow sphere with a copper ball inside, so it chimes when you pick it up. That's the Luan saber, and it exists for exactly one purpose: offering meat to the ancestors. The bronze vessel is black lacquered and shaped like a three-legged cauldron, and its surface dried out under countless generations of beast blood a long, long time ago. And with his back still to me, Master Li Cheng picked up the Luan saber and said, "You dare to host this time? Straight to it? No internship?" That question shut me up completely, because I have been the temple keeper's apprentice for approximately 90 seconds and I'm being promoted to full clergy. This old man is too impatient. Don't be afraid. Learn from me. And he put the saber and the blood vessel into my hands, then took down a copper jar with a thick blood-red liquid in it. Come with me. So I followed, meekly. And when Boulder saw what was happening, he stopped where he was and gestured for the whole crowd to shut up. First step of the rite is the prayer. You draw the symbol on the animal's ears. I'll draw, you learn. I nodded, though, honestly, I've watched this ceremony 100 times in memories I didn't earn. Here's how it goes. You paint a witch talisman on the beast's ear, then you speak the sacrificial incantation into it. The sacrificial animals are plump and juicy. The offerings are plentiful and abundant, which is a fancy way of certifying that the meat is clean and pure. They say in the big tribes the rites are far more elaborate. The captured beast has to be kept a while and fed medicinal herbs to purge its stomach first. Which means somewhere out there are wild monsters eating better than a Zhiyan Tribe martial artist. Before the sacrifice, the big tribes pick beasts with uniform fur and no wounds. They have dozens of specialized vessels. The Zhiyan Tribe meets none of these requirements. We've got a river, a rope, and whatever came downstream. And for a man who looks that ancient, Master Li Cheng is in a serious hurry. He drew the talisman on the floor with a finger and made me practice it a few times. Good. Now do it on the ears. My strokes came out winding and weak-looking, and he praised them anyway, then handed me the copper jar, which is how I knew I was cleared for takeoff. Meanwhile, the mountain-splitting Kui was bound and thrashing on the ground, and A-Bao went and pinned it. Brother Jing, don't worry about the talisman. I've got it held down. He did not have it held down. My 2.3-meter friend was being swayed around by the thing like a man holding a hose. Come on, everybody lend a hand. It's Ah Jing's first time presiding. If we lose face, we all lose face, and the ancestors will only scold us for not being united. And Boulder walked over, and the whole crowd of gawkers at the cave mouth came in laughing and threw themselves onto this monster and mashed it flat into the floor. Dear uncles and brothers, Ah Jing thanks you. That's the tribe right there in one move. A kid who's contributed nothing for a month is about to fumble a sacred rite in front of everyone, and the entire settlement piles in to hold the animal still so he doesn't look bad. Not because he earned it, because he's theirs. Hold on to that. Everything that happens in this story runs on it. Boulder got both hands on the Kui's horns and simply removed its ability to move, hauling the ears out flat for me. So I dipped my hand in the jar and started painting. Ears are harder than floor. They're soft, they give, so my fingers had to curl around the shapes like something reptilian to get the runes right. Ah Jing, it's your first sacrifice. If the ancestors are watching, they'll be pleased there's a successor. They won't blame you. And with him talking me through it, my hands got quicker, and soon I had both ears covered in talismans while chanting. The sacrificial animals are plump and juicy, and the offerings are plentiful and abundant. Then I took the Luan saber, raised it over my head in both hands, and bowed toward the shrines, and turned to the mountain-splitting Kui. And here's the problem I could see coming from across the cave. This Kui hasn't even reached the next tier yet, and it still has scales. And I am not a first-level stone-splitting realm anything. I'm a guy with abs. Put a knife into those scales, and I'm not piercing that neck. And if I can't pierce the neck, I can't fill the bronze vessel. And if I can't fill the vessel, the entire rite fails in front of the whole tribe. As for the part where I'm supposed to dismember the body and offer up the shoulders, ribs, and thighs, out of the question. Physically. I could saw at this thing all afternoon. So, my first act as a priest, watched by every person I know, is a strength check I am guaranteed to fail. Ask me again what? Happens when the runt swings the holy knife. Stick it here. And I looked over, and somebody had already worked a hand into those scales and pried them apart, holding open the one soft seam in the whole animal for me. Another clansman. Didn't announce himself, didn't wait to be asked. Master Li Chung watched that happen, and something moved behind his face. Because decades ago, when he offered his first beast to the ancestors, his own clansmen did the exact same thing for him. Generation after generation of that, and he got old inside it. And now it passes hand to hand again. No time to thank anybody. I gripped the saber and stabbed. Thud, and the bell in the handle rang as the blade went into the neck of the mountain-splitting Kui. And in that instant, my eyes went blood red. I felt a wisp of red light get pulled into them, and I reached up on reflex to wipe at eyes that suddenly felt bloody, and then a thought bloomed in my head instead, and a delicate three-legged cauldron appeared in my perception, sitting there like it had merged with my own flesh. Priest, Jie Jing. Martial realm, not even entry level. Sacrificial vessel, the sacrificial tripod. Quenching method, Kui Ox Fist, inferior. Cultivation technique, none. Divine ability, none. Attributes, a sacrificial artifact, absorbs the lifespan of offerings, protects the body, nourishes the spirit, enhances martial arts. The priest seizes the offerings from the mountain-splitting Kui. Lifespan, 33 years. 33 years, off one animal, for doing a chore. I have been employed for 4 minutes. And then 2 more words appeared, tacked onto the end of Kui Ox Fist inferior, like an afterthought. Can be deduced. Which, hold on, let me explain why my brain stopped. First, this tribe has exactly one martial legacy, 300 years old, the thing every child here learns at 8, and my cauldron just labeled it inferior, to its face. The original owner of this body practiced that fist for over 10 years. Here's how Kui Ox Fist actually works, and I need you to appreciate it. You eat beast meat and you throw punches until your body is tempered enough. Then, once you're hard enough to survive it, you climb into a vat of beast blood and let it wash over you. And you climb back out and throw Kui Ox Fist punches. Then back in the vat. Then out and punch. In, out, punch. You keep doing that until you either break through to the next tier or you can't take any more. At last year's festival, 11 clansmen soaked. 3 made it. And 2 of those 3 had soaked before, repeat customers. Low success rate, high injury rate. And the injuries stay. That's the whole ladder. That's the technology of this civilization. Get in the blood, punch, hope. And by that yardstick, I'm nowhere. 10 years of practice on this body and the next tier is still far off, because Kui Ox Fist pulls almost nothing out of beast blood. It absolutely earns the word inferior. But, can be deduced, means something very specific. As long as I have enough lifespan, I can derive a higher grade version of it. And lifespan, one sacrifice paid 33 years. And this tribe performs a sacrifice at the ancestral temple every single time a hunt comes home. The tribe has been feeding this cauldron for 300 years, and nobody knew it was paying out. They thought they were feeding the ancestors. Roar! Which snapped me out of it, thank God, because I was standing there having an epiphany with a knife in a live animal. The Kui thrashed in pain and got absolutely nowhere, because 40 men were sitting on it. Now the rule on blood drawing is strict. Not one drop may splatter. So I got the bronze vessel under it and started collecting. And no matter how that thing struggled, those hands held it so precisely that not a single drop escaped. Huh, Ah Jing's a lucky one. This Kui's barely even struggling. Boulder said that, feeling the animal go quiet under his palms. Yeah, lucky. It's dying faster than it should be, Uncle. Something's eating its life. Something's eating it right now, and it's standing next to you holding a bowl. Second step done. I lifted the vessel in both hands and walked toward the shrine with the old man guiding me. The blood goes on the temple gate, the pillars, the stone drums, the sacrificial vessels, and what's left goes into the temple itself. Except the tribe's buildings at the foot of the mountain washed away weeks ago, and everyone's been living up here dodging the flood. So the rite's been stripped down to what fits in a cave. I painted the pillars. I painted the drums. I set the vessel on the altar. Then the meat. The ancestors get 7 portions: spine, shoulders, ribs, thighs, laid on a bronze table and presented. Left shoulder goes first, always. And then, and only then, everybody else eats. So with my clansmen doing most of the actual cutting, I got the Kui divided. Slow. Stop-start. Clumsy. Completed. And one real ceremony teaches you more than a dozen rehearsals. And when I set that bronze table down in front of the altar, Master Li Cheng, who had come over ready to catch me if I dropped it, started talking. Ah Jing. Long ago, besides our ancestors, the human race also worshipped heaven and earth, and the calamity beasts, praying for peace. Which I already knew, in that second-hand way where the tribe has been saying it out loud for 300 years, and it soaked into a boy's head before I ever got here. But I shut up and let him say it. You take the fat and the heads and burn them on the firewood. The smoke rises. That's the sacrifice to heaven. You bury the rest of the carcass in a pit. Blood and food return to the ground. That's the sacrifice to earth. And you take live beasts to the altar. That's called animal sacrifice. Then he stopped. They ate our tribe's offerings, and they did not protect us. Thunder came. Earthquakes came. The calamity beasts came. The land went barren. The seas went vast. So our ancestors stopped believing in heaven and earth, and stopped respecting the calamity beasts. And they went out with their own 2 hands and found food and survived in the wilderness. Read what that old man just said standing in his own temple. We prayed. Nobody came. So we fired the gods and kept the family. That's not a religion. That's a grudge with a 300-year filing date. And they still perform the rite. Not for heaven, not for the beasts, only for the dead who are actually theirs. These divine seats are not inanimate objects. They are the essence of 300 years of Zhiyan legacy. From now on, I entrust it to you. And in time, I'll write down my years of shaman doctor experience. If you don't want to learn it, I'll pick a few others from the tribe to pass it to. Jing is willing to learn. Instant. No thinking required. More skills is more skills. Though I'll be honest about what shamanism means around here. In my memories, the shamans of the Great Wilderness don't have many supernatural arts, at least not in Zhiyan and not in the tribes nearby. It's mostly healing and patching people up. And even that comes and goes. Master Li Cheng's entire practice is medicinal dumplings and soup. Plus one other job, and this one matters. Neutralizing the violent energy in beast blood so it doesn't tear a man apart from the inside. Whatever else shamans might be capable of, I don't know. My view here is too narrow to see it. Because the strongest man in the Zhiyan tribe is the chieftain, and the chieftain is third realm. Heavenly meridian. That's the ceiling of everything I've ever seen. And the martial methods are just as crude. Let me lay the ladder out. First, order, stone-splitting realm. Soak in first-tier beast blood, eat beast meat, practice the tempering fist until the essence of the beast becomes part of you. Second order, mountain opening realm. Same thing, second-tier blood. Third order, third-tier blood. Why is everything soaked in blood? Because eating meat and throwing punches all day isn't enough to break the bottleneck. Not even close. When a man gets near stone splitting or mountain opening, the only thing that pushes him over is drowning himself in something stronger than he is. And Kui Ox Fist itself was built by watching a mountain-splitting Kui and copying it. That's it. That's the R&D department. Look at the cow, do what the cow does. But at third order, heavenly meridian, the tempering method stops working entirely. There, you need a real cultivation technique, one that simulates the flow of blood inside a wild beast. And here's the thing about that. You can copy a beast's habits. You can copy how it moves. You cannot look at an animal and see how the blood moves inside it. So the chieftain soaked in third-tier blood and forced his way into heavenly meridian by main strength, and then got stuck. Because he has no technique. Because he doesn't know where the blood in his own body is supposed to flow. He only knows heavenly meridian is where you open the heavenly meridian. And how does the tribe know even that much? 300 years, 10+ chieftains. Each one used himself as the test subject. And between them, over centuries, they worked out where the meridian is. That's not a secret technique. That's 10 men in a row experimenting on their own bodies and passing the results down until the map was finished. And it's not a secret at all. They teach it to children, alongside the fist. Kui Ox Fist is body tempering, and it's also the thing that prepares you to survive the vat. Kids start at 8 or 9. Every year, the ones who've tempered up to standard get selected to soak in first-tier blood. And now you know why everyone here is the size of a bear. Eat beast meat, throw the fist, every day for a decade. The body just keeps growing. Around here, size is the readout, the simplest possible measure of how strong a man is. And even with all that, the odds of successfully making first-order stone splitting are 3 or 4 in 10. Some years, 1 or 2. Because the blood is too violent. Past your own toughness, it comes down to luck. And that exact bargain, that death lottery run on children, is how the human race carved out somewhere to live in this world. And it's not only the breakthrough that kills you. Refining beast essence wears at you the whole way up, and the hidden injuries from fighting monsters stack on top, and plenty of martial artists simply die of the road itself. Now look at me. 1.83 meters. The smallest adult in the settlement. 10 years of the fist and I'm nowhere near the vat. And I just got handed a cauldron that eats an animal's remaining years and hands them to me for doing the chores. The tribe grows its warriors by drowning them in blood and hoping. I'm going to grow by sweeping a cave. Ask me again what 33 years buys. But before that, one more piece of the map, because it explains why I said yes so fast. 300 years. 10+ chieftains. Not one of them met a good end. That's what leadership pays here. You test the blood on yourself, you push past what a body should take, and then something in the wilderness collects. And you never know when disaster is coming. Earthquakes and floods over and over on no schedule anyone can name. A-Bao was born during a flood, and I was born during an earthquake, the one where the tribe took heavy losses and my parents got sacrificed to heaven. Sit with the phrasing there. His parents didn't die in the earthquake, they were offered to it. Nobody explains that line. It's just how the boy's origin gets stated, the way you'd say someone was born in autumn. So 60 days of rain is nothing. In 300 years of Zhiyan history, the record is a year and a half of continuous rain, with earthquakes running through it. And Zhiyan isn't even a big tribe. Somewhere out there are legacies going back thousands of years, tens of thousands. Whatever they've seen makes our record book look like a pamphlet. This is the great wilderness. It's better to be temple keeper. You don't have to leave. You don't have to fight. And as long as my people bring the offerings in on time, I can plunder lifespan off the prey. Forever. Meanwhile, the Kui got taken apart fast, and the women of the tribe carried off the hide, the bones, and the organs. Hide becomes leather armor. The hard bone becomes arrowheads. The organs get cleaned and eaten. Nothing here gets wasted. Nothing. And that's how I moved into the ancestral temple and became the next temple keeper of the Zhiyan Tribe. Now it's just a question of when the old man hands over the keys. Let's clean out the West Ear Cave. That'll be your place. Because temple keeper means you live here and eat here, which is precisely the part every young person in this tribe refuses. Sacrifices don't compare to hunting, and the boy who used to own this body hated the idea so much he gritted his teeth and marched out with the hunting party rather than take it. My thinking is different. I don't just want the job, I want it permanently. If the role has a flaw, it's that it loves cleaning up after the ancestors. Which is fine. It's clean and it's quiet. And here's the part that made me grin at a stone wall. At the annual festival, and the 10-year festival, and the 100-year festival, the chieftain personally leads the hunt to bring down a third-tier wild beast. Heaven knows how many years of lifespan a third-tier beast is carrying. Brother Aging, I brought your bedding. A-Bao hauled my bedroll in and dumped it on the stone bed. Then he stood there, hesitating, for a long, long time. Then said something very fast and walked straight out. Brother Aging, if I become a martial artist someday, you'll be a part of the beasts I hunt too. And I froze halfway through laying out an animal skin rug and turned around, and all I got was the back of him leaving. Let me translate what that giant just said, because he said it sideways and then fled. I'm going to become strong, and when I do, everything I kill, you eat too. You're on the roster. You don't have to be able to fight. You're still mine. He's been carrying that around, and he couldn't look at me while he said it. This guy. Unfortunately, your original aging brother dissolved in the water. And there's the sentence that puts a hole in the whole thing. That kid just promised to feed a man for life. And that man is gone. Drowned a month ago, in the flood, in front of everybody. I've got his memories. I've got his family. I've got his best friend making him promises. And I know he's not coming back. And I'm the only person on Earth who does. I was about to sit down and finally examine my golden finger when I thought better of it and went to the East Ear Cave instead. Master, does the ancestral temple still need cleaning tonight? He was at the stone table, going through hide records, and when my head appeared in the doorway, he let the word master stand without comment, and an old face broke into a smile. Just keep the oil lamp lit tonight. I'll walk you through it first thing tomorrow. Oh, and if you're hungry, take some meat from the offering table and eat it. And that stopped me dead, because that meat is on the altar. That meat has been formally presented to the dead. What temple keeper doesn't steal offerings? The ancestors are deities. Shouldn't you help them taste the food? That old man has been in this cave for decades, and he just told his brand new apprentice that eating the sacred offerings is a job perk. And I relaxed completely. Because my golden finger seizes the wild beast's lifespan, which is, when you write it out plainly, stealing tribute from the ancestors. Turns out I'm not a heretic. I'm just doing the traditional thing at scale. So I went back and lay down on the stone bed and finally opened the thing up, the sacrificial tripod. In my perception, it's ethereal, 3 legs, round mouth, sitting inside my body like the blood vessel it resembles. And thinking about it makes the numbers surface. Priest, Jie Jing, realm, not entry level, vessel, sacrificial tripod, tempering, Kui Ox Fist, inferior, can be deduced. Technique, none. Divine ability, none. Lifespan, 33. How do you deduce this? And the tripod flickered, and I found I'd been handed inner vision, and I could see a hazy space inside the cauldron, with a blurry figure standing in it. A spirit? I didn't touch anything. I said hello, politely. Nothing. System? Nothing. Ancestors? Nothing. That's the horror hiding under this whole cheat, and he walks right past it. There is a person-shaped thing living in the cauldron in his chest. It doesn't answer. It doesn't introduce itself. It just stands there, and he shrugs and starts using it. Jing, I try 1 year of lifespan first. See how it goes? And the figure inside raised its hand into the opening stance of Kui Ox Fist. The first move is mountain-cracking realm. The punch goes out like a charging bull. And as that phantom started to move, information arrived. After a year of practicing, your movements are stiff, your muscles and bones don't move, you lack flexibility, and you're as dull as a rock. Damn, swears at me? He asked the mysterious spirit cauldron for 1 year of training, and it gave him a year of training and a performance review. 2 more years. After 3 years, your form is still stiff, you don't know how to adapt, you're as stupid as a fool. After 10 years, you still haven't grasped the principle of muscle and bone moving with the fist. You're like a fool who's only opened 6 of his 7 orifices. 15 years of diligent practice, day and night without fail. You even took some chi deviation, so you stopped cultivating and racked your brains for another way. Year 17, a flash of inspiration. Kui Ox Fist is a fist technique, but cultivating it requires the whole body. The Kui ox is one of the great wild beasts. It stands on one leg. It moves like thunder. Gradually, you understood. Year 21. From the image of the Kui ox standing on one leg, you finally grasped it. The chi originates in the right fist while you stand on the left. Twist the waist, turn the hips, and the fist goes out like a charging Kui ox. Year 25. A true epiphany. You've grasped the profound mystery of the Kui ox's stepping and power accumulation, the fist following the movement. For the next 8 years, whenever you tried to go deeper into the essence of the Kui ox, your mind went hard as a rock again. Having consumed 33 years of lifespan, you have successfully upgraded the inferior Kui ox fist to low grade. In cultivation, it now activates 30% of the body's muscles, bones, and blood. And in a stone room in the dark, my body twitched like a man dreaming. 15 minutes later, I opened my eyes, tired to the bone. A dream spanning 33 years. It felt quite real. Because every memory of that practice is in my head now. Every stiff year, every failure, the chi deviation, the 17th year insight. All of it, like I'd actually spent 3 decades in a sealed room punching air. Low-grade Kui Ox Fist. Am I a genius? No. And that's what makes this the best joke in the chapter. Zhiyan has been passing that fist down since the tribe was founded. 300 years of refinement by the best fighters they ever produced, and not one of them ever improved it this much. He did it in 33 years, in 15 minutes, lying down. And the man's honest first reaction is to wonder if he might be gifted. Sir, you bought it. You bought it with an animal's remaining life, off an altar, while your tribe was in the next cave dividing the meat. 30% of the body's blood and bone mobilized. I don't know what the inferior version was pulling, but from in here, 30 sounds enormous. And here's the thought I should be having. What does this cost? Here's the thought I'm actually having. The chieftain leads a hunt for a third-tier beast at every grand festival. And the 100-year festival is a third-tier beast too. How many years is a monster like that carrying? Ask me again what a man does with a fist nobody in 3 centuries has ever thrown. He gets off the bed at midnight and tries it, obviously. Kui Ox Fist has 3 moves: Mountain Cracking Realm, Kui Shakes the 4 Directions, and Thunderclap of the Kui Ox. And I only improved the first 2, and that alone dragged the whole technique up a full grade. And the moment I moved, I felt an enormous pull through the muscles of my arms and legs, and my hand bones shifted, and my leg bones shifted, and I felt my spine move. The old Ajing practiced this fist for over 10 years, and it never once did that. Here's why that matters. The tribe's method refines beast energy into the body, and the more muscle and bone and flesh you can put in motion, the more of that energy actually gets refined in. 30% versus whatever the inferior version managed isn't a stat bump. It's the conversion rate on every meal I will ever eat. A few movements in, something started burning inside me, and it kept climbing. Under 15 minutes, and I staggered. And then I noticed I was hungry. It's working. Because hunger means depletion, and depletion means the improved fist is genuinely eating through what I've got, which is exactly what I wanted. Now, higher refining efficiency doesn't automatically make the breakthrough safer, but here's the arithmetic that lit up in my head. If the fist refines well enough, I might not need the blood vat at all. Absorb the essence of the beast meat I eat every day perfectly, and it may not be impossible to hit stone-splitting standard on food alone. No vat, no coin flip, no 11 men 3 survive. And how do you check whether you've made stone splitting? You go find a black Ming stone, ordinary rock. They're everywhere out here. And you see if you can break it. Because an ordinary adult wild beast can shatter one. That's the bar. Human martial arts evolved from copying wild beasts, so the first realm is literally named stone splitting. The day you can do what an animal does. Have the wild power, you're a martial artist. That's the whole test. Which strikes me as crude. 2 martial artists can have wildly different wild power, and the system calls them the same thing. But that's not my problem tonight. My problem tonight is how to keep stealing tribute meat from my ancestors. Because if it weren't for this rain, the tribe would hunt every few days, and they'd try to bring something back alive every time, and I'd be at the altar plundering lifespan on a schedule. At that rate, I could push Kui Ox Fist to medium grade, maybe high. But the rain. I have a deduction method. I shouldn't be judging it by a single morning or evening. The offerings will come. So I calmed down, looked out at the water, and went out to steal breakfast. Master said stealing a few offerings doesn't count as stealing. And the instant I stepped out, Master Li Chang lifted his own curtain and came out too. Well, jinx steal it now. Might as well take it openly. And seeing me already packed and up at that hour, the old man nodded, clearly pleased. He thinks the boy is up at dawn out of devotion. The boy is up at dawn because he's casing the altar. So I followed him around and we cleaned the whole temple, inside and out, wiping the altar, wiping the offering tables, sweeping, sprinkling water to keep the dust down. And then he lifted one of the offerings off the altar. We'll cook this part. The rest goes to the little ones in the tribe. Because the meat left after a sacrifice has a name. It's sacrificial meat, blessed meat. It carries the blessing of the ancestors, and the day after every hunt comes home, the children of the tribe come to collect it. And I know exactly how that feels from the other side, because I have a memory of a small boy walking up to this temple to beg his ancestors to let him grow into a real martial artist. To be blunt about it, it's a wish. Knock knock. And then hurried little footsteps outside and a row of kids kneeling at the cave mouth. Go on, hand it out. The old man didn't even look up. He's done this his whole life. So I carried the sacrificial meat out to the dolls at the entrance, and a dozen small faces turned up at once, and Li Ming dropped to his knees and crawled at me. Ah Jing, you've really become a temple keeper? Does that mean you'll never go hunting again? It's quieter here at the ancestral temple. And I shut that down fast, because if that one starts chattering, they'll all start chattering, and then it gets awkward when somebody asks me why I dissolve in water. Come on, one piece each. May our ancestors bless us. And Li Ming wanted it. He was staring at it with his whole soul, and he didn't grab. He got in line like everybody else. And the last piece, the one from the left shoulder, went into his hands. Left shoulder is the piece that goes to the ancestors first, the most sacred cut on the animal. He gave it to the smallest kid in the queue. Ah Jing, are you not going to live at home anymore? That one's from a kid who lives near my old place, so I patted his head. From now on, you'll see me every time you come to collect the sacrificial meat. Go on home, eat the meat your ancestors gave you, and you'll grow into a powerful martial artist. Brother Jing, don't cry in secret. When I become a powerful martial artist, I'll hunt down a mountain-splitting Kui and let Brother Ah Jing preside over the sacrifice. And Li Ming clutched his meat and ran home at full speed. Every single person in this tribe has independently arrived at the same conclusion. The little one got shut in the temple, and he's sad about it, and we should promise him things. A-Bao promised him a share of the hunt. Now a child is promising to grow up and personally drag him a monster to sacrifice so he'll have something to do. They're all consoling a boy who isn't there. And the man wearing his face is standing in the doorway, being handed their kindness, doing inventory on the ancestors. And his reaction to the kid? Will he cry? Scoffing at it. Because all he wants right now is to be a good temple keeper and protect the ancestors of the tribe. And to get the weather to clear so the lifespan starts coming in. He refuses to believe this rain can go another 2.5 years. And once the children were dealt with, I caught the smell of meat, because the old man had already started grilling, and if it weren't for those kids, I'd have been hungry enough to eat it raw. At the altar, the blood vessel still had more than half a vessel of beast blood in it. And with Master Li Chang not looking, I bowed to the altar and very carefully touched the three-legged cauldron. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not stealing blood. It's the shape. That vessel looks so much like the phantom tripod inside my body that I couldn't not make the connection. Nothing happened. I tried several times. Nothing. So I gave up, glanced at the blood, and decided against it for now. Because if the fist can keep climbing in grade and mobilize more of my body each time, the smart move is to wait. Push Kui Ox Fist to medium or high and then take the blood and get the maximum out of it. Until then, meat is enough. Every man in this tribe drinks the blood as soon as he's allowed, because the blood is the only ladder they have. He's got a better ladder, and he's letting the blood sit there, aging like wine, waiting for his conversion rate to improve. Ajing, eat. Then learn the incantations and the witch talismans from me. And when I got to the east ear cave, the old man had already split the cooked meat. My jar was full of lean meat, plus 2 cracked bones with the marrow welling out of them. His jar had some simple bits in it. I'm old, my teeth aren't good. You're young, there's still hope for you in martial arts. Give it a try. Don't be discouraged. And he took his jar back to his stone desk and sat down and put his attention back on his hide book. That's the second time in one morning. The old man just took the marrow, the richest thing on that animal, the thing that actually builds a body, and put it in the Runt's bowl, and gave himself scraps, and explained it as a dental issue. Don't be discouraged. He thinks he's feeding a kid who's failing. He thinks the meat is the only help he can give. And that kid is going to be the strongest thing in this valley, and it will be partly because of that jar. Here's the thing about food and martial arts, and the old man knows it better than anyone. Food is the most important part, and people differ enormously. Some absorb nutrients beautifully, build a natural physique, and when they hit the blood, they take the impact and become a martial artist in one shot. And in that respect, being short, I'm clearly much worse. He didn't say any of that out loud, and he didn't discourage me, because he was the same way when he was young. There it is. That's the whole man in one line. He's not being kind to a stranger. He's looking at a small kid who can't keep up, in a tribe that measures worth by size, and he's seen him before. In the mirror, 60 years ago. So I took my jar back to the west ear cave and devoured all of it, including the soup. And then, riding the warmth in my stomach, I started throwing Kui Ox Fist. That side cave is over 10 zang across. The clansmen dug it big. Plenty of room to work. And in the east cave, the old man heard the racket and said nothing, which was his way of saying, good. He hasn't given up on martial arts. 15 minutes later, I stopped, a warm current moving through me. My chi strength genuinely up, though I've got no instrument to measure by how much. The improved fist works. Confirmed. If I could get Kui Ox Fist to high grade, I might never need the blood at all. Eat meat, throw the fist, every day. That's it. That's the whole path. Then I got up, collected the old man's dishes, and went outside to wash them in the rain. This has been passed down through the tribe's shaman doctors for generations. Take a look. And he handed me a mottled hide scroll. Ask me if there's a character you don't know. 300 years of medicine in one scroll handed to the newest person in the building. Ask me again what a shaman's scroll is worth to a man who can buy time. The scroll itself isn't hard. It's illustrated, pictures of herbs, of soils, of stones, and the ear cave went quiet while I turned the pages. And the old man frowned over his own hide book, glancing back at his shelf now and then, and glancing at me now and then. Anything you don't understand? What I was actually doing was wondering whether shaman doctor technique can be deduced too, because I have a personal stake in this. I'm one of the victims of Zhiyan Tribe shaman doctor technique. I've been eating those pills since I had milk teeth. And that's not the old man's fault. It's that the legacy is limited, and the tribe has no capacity to explore or innovate. And they don't dare try, because if an experiment goes wrong, the tribe takes a blow it might not survive. So all they can do is study the same ancestral book forever. And Master Li Cheng's specialty is handing out pills. Whatever's wrong with you, pill. And the recipes are wild. Roots and stems are the normal end of it. The rest includes soot from the eaves and wild animal hair. 300 years of medical science, and the state of the art is, eat this hairball, you'll feel better. And it's not because he's a fool. It's because innovation costs lives they can't spare, so nobody has moved an inch in 3 centuries out of love. And as I thought about it, the readout changed. Shamanic path, Zhiyan Tribe shaman doctor, inferior. Witchcraft, none. Lifespan, none. There it is. Shaman doctor can be deduced. And look at that second entry. Witchcraft, none. The cauldron just told me that the entire medical tradition of my people is one branch of a larger thing called the shamanic path, and that there's a whole other limb I've never even seen the shape of. The tribe doesn't know that. The tribe thinks pills and soup is shamanism. So for the next 2 weeks, I took over the temple entirely. The sweeping, the wiping, the water, all of it, while Master Li Chung sat down to refine and write out everything he'd learned in his life. And every day I cleaned. And every day I studied witchcraft, which in practice meant throwing punches. The rain kept falling. No hunts, no live sacrifices, nothing new for the altar. But I wasn't idle, because low-grade Kui Ox Fist refines dramatically better than the old version, and I had an ample supply of beast meat coming in daily, and I could feel it. Every day, stronger, measurably. And in the corner of the West Ear Cave, there's a black Ming stone, 1.5 meters tall. I put it there on purpose. I want to see the day I break it. Ajing, eat. And he handed me a jar overflowing with meat, twice what he'd been giving me. If it's not enough, there's more. Eat as much as you can. He's not doing that because he saw the readout. He can't see the readout. He's doing it because the runt started training at night and hasn't stopped, and the old man decided the correct response was more food. So I devoured it and started the fist, and the heat went surging through my muscles. Call! And I finished the set, let out a long breath, and walked toward the cave mouth, because while I was punching, I'd heard arguing outside. Something was happening. Thick, wet air hit me in the face, and my mood went straight down. Damn rain. Down the mountain, the flood was tearing east, spray exploding off the rocks, that roar that never stops. No prey means no sacrifice, means no lifespan. And through the haze, I could see a dozen figures standing at the edge of the water. Chieftain Li Wei at the front. The rest, second-tier mountain opening realm martial artists. The tribe's real strength, all of it, standing in one place. They were salvaging something. Let me tell you what this rain has already cost, because I've been treating it as an inconvenience to my schedule. The buildings at the foot of the mountain? Gone. The farmland? Gone. Hundreds of tribespeople? Dead. And most of them died the same way. Went into the floodwater to salvage supplies, went under, never came back up. I was fortunate. My people pulled me out. And going into that water isn't recklessness. Nobody knows how long this lasts. The only play is to stockpile whatever you can grab while you can still grab it. So they go in, and some of them don't come out. And the next morning, the rest go in again. Except by now, everything in the mountains that could wash loose already has. Even the rotting beast carcasses are gone. There's less to find every single day. Look, another one's coming up. Sharp eyes down the line, pointing into the water. On the high ground, Chieftain Li Wei stood scanning everything, extremely alert, while his men spread out below with hooked spears on ropes, watching the current. And one of them sank a hook into a giant tree and hauled it ashore. There was a hole carved through the middle of that tree. Vines lashed around both ends, and wedged in the hole was a person. Unrecognizable, long since soaked through. Clan Chief, that's the third one. Boulder checked it over carefully. Still no identification. We can't tell which tribe. Read what they just pulled out of the river. Somebody carved a boat out of a tree in the middle of an 80-day flood. And it wasn't one person, 3 of them so far, floating down past us. There's only one thing that means. Something happened to their tribe. They fled in a panic, and the whole tribe went under anyway. Continue the salvage, see if any more come down. And here's the deduction the chieftain made, standing in the rain, that chilled everyone who heard it. Every people out here has a flood protocol. You pick a strong, high mountain, and you live on it. That's the answer. That's been the answer for centuries. The rain has been falling for over 80 days, so if a tribe is only getting swept away now, it means the flood didn't break them. They had the high ground. They were doing everything right. Something else came for them. Very likely a wild beast. And a beast that can operate in a flood like this and annihilate an entire tribe can do the same thing to the Zhiyan Tribe. Over the following days, they pulled out 4 more unrecognizable skeletons, every one of them in a carved wooden boat, every one of them trying to run. And the mood in the tribe went quiet, because everybody understood the same thing at the same time. The crisis that erased those people might, right now, be waiting toward us. Nobody knows who they were, no tribe marks, no names. 7 people came down that river, and the only thing they successfully communicated to the world was, whatever this is, your mountain won't save you either.
Woof. Half a day later, the waves surged, and a roar came out of the distance like a dog barking, and every person in this valley froze. Even me, up in the temple, throwing punches at my ancestors. False alarm, thankfully. It's a second-tier strange fish, not some high-tier monster. Here's the lore on it. 5,000 miles east of us, there's a great marsh, and in it lives a fish with 1 head and 10 bodies whose call sounds like a dog.
And the flood has now reached far enough east that the marsh is connected, and the fish are swimming upstream into our valley. That's how big this rain is. It has physically joined our mountains to a marsh 5,000 miles away, and now the wildlife is commuting. And every cave in the tribe let out a breath at once. Because ever since the corpses started coming down the river, everyone except the children has been sitting in the dark waiting for a monster to walk out of the water. That's the great wilderness. The disasters are completely unpredictable. Nobody knows when. Fear of the unknown is built into a person. And when you pair it with knowing you're not strong enough, it gets much worse. I'm no exception. There's only one reason a man overthinks like this. His foundation isn't enough. I'm genuinely afraid a third-tier beast shows up and doesn't give me the time to grow. And then the tribe came alive because everyone started hauling out pieces of beast meat and running it down to the mountain-opening warriors on the shore. Since a second-tier strange fish is the best gift this rain has ever given us, second-tier beast blood is the only thing that makes a second-tier mountain-opening warrior, and the tribe hasn't produced a new one in years. So Li Wei gave the order immediately. Hunt it. Because the human race didn't survive out here on martial arts alone. We survived on tools and on working together, and that combination still works fine on anything third tier or below. Boulder and the others started throwing meat into the flood. The current's so fast that anything you drop is instantly gone downstream. They kept throwing anyway. Woof! And out in the flood, something barked back. Ask me again what a tribe with no farmland does with its last meat? It came out of the water black and enormous. The body is bloated and round and stuck together like somebody fused a dozen fish into one animal and let it swell. And the mouth is the size of a millstone, and it took the falling meat in a single gulp with floodwater pouring through the gaps in its teeth. Throw again! More meat, luring it closer. Shoot! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 meters out, and the hooked spears crossed the air and went into it. Rumble. And before that thing could even begin to struggle, 13 men pulled a monster out of a raging flood and slammed it onto the mountainside. Its tail hit the rock wall like thunder, and blood came out of every place a spear went in. Get it, quick! We can't waste that fish blood! I didn't see the details. What I saw was a bloated black shape arriving in my field of view, and it was huge. We thought we were at a dead end. We thought we'd have to sit here until the rain stopped. And dinner walked in. A mountain-opening realm fish. And I have no idea how much lifespan is in a thing like that. They dragged it straight into the ancestral temple with a crowd trailing behind, big and small, packed around the cave mouth. And out of respect for a second-tier beast, I smoothed my hemp clothes down and got myself ready before taking my post. Master, let me do it! Because he was already walking toward the rack where the blood vessel and the Luan saber sit. Same as last time, the fish got pinned. But this crew is different. Every man holding that thing down is a second-tier martial artist. And that's the secret to how a boy who can't break a rock stabs a monster. His clansmen hold it for him. And honestly, it's the same for the old man. Master Li Cheng was a stone-splitting realm martial artist when he was young, and his blood declined decades ago. So whenever this tribe brings down something powerful, the tribe pins it, and then the temple keeper walks up and does the rite. They've been carrying their priest for 60 years. It's built into the ceremony. Nobody thinks it's remarkable. Little Ajing, you really did become the temple keeper. Go on and stab, Uncle's not letting go. Our ancestors are here, shut up. The old man behind me, silencing the gallery. Ajing, begin. I nodded, and then I froze. The diagram says, witch talisman on the animal's ears. Where are a fish's ears? You get promoted instantly, you have no experience, this is what happens. The bones on both sides of the head, that's where a fish's inner ear is. Master Li Cheng, right behind me, not laughing. So with him backing me up, I climbed onto the monster's head and found the inner ear, and the fishy stench went into my nose hard enough to nearly put me on the floor. And watching me, the old man's face went nervous. Here's why, and it's the detail that tells you what he's risking on me. When he became temple keeper, he presided over sacrifices for more than 2 years before anyone let him touch a second-tier offering. I've been here a little over half a month. The stronger the beast, the stronger the aura coming off it. That aura is a physical thing, and it can drop a man who isn't ready. So I gritted my teeth and used the beast blood in the vessel as ink and outlined the fish's head. What are you struggling for? Your money's here to be collected. That's what I was muttering to the animal, while painting the sacred runes on it. The sacrificial animals are plump and juicy, and the offerings are plentiful and abundant. Sturdy bones, scales everywhere, but the lower jaw stuck out, and that's soft. So I took the Luan saber in both hands and put every scrap of strength I have into it. Puff, and the blood came gushing out and poured into the vessel. The priest seizes the second-tier Great Wilderness mutant species, bloodline He Luo fish. Lifespan, 370 years. 370. The Kui paid 33. 33 years bought a 300-year-old technique and upgrade nobody had managed in 3 centuries. This one paid 11 times that, for one stab, on one fish, that the flood happened to deliver. And the whole tribe is standing around cheering because there's finally food. And the fish, which had been thrashing with everything it had, went noticeably weaker. Then the butchering, and this time it was different. The tribe brought stone troughs, and they caught every drop. 3 full troughs of fish blood. And the mountain opening men who just wrestled that thing ashore stood there staring into those troughs. And I know that stare intimately. I've made that exact face at a trough of first-tier blood. That's not a resource to them. That's the door. Once I've prepared the herbs, it can be used for soaking. The old man pulling everyone's eyes back out of the blood. Because the blood is tyrannical, and you have to add herbs before every soak to neutralize it. The effect is small, but every slight reduction is potentially the difference between a man living and a man not. By dawn, the fish was completely broken down. And here's how a second-tier animal gets distributed. Most of the meat is rations for second-tier martial artists. A portion goes to the first tier. Ordinary tribespeople get almost nothing, and even a fish 10 feet across is nothing against 13 mountain opening experts. It won't last long. It's just one of the very few things in this world that can push their power up at all. Then came the requests for sacrificial meat, and this time it wasn't children at my door. It was stone-splitting realm martial artists, and a group of clansmen preparing to advance to stone splitting, including A-Bao. So as temple keeper, I picked out a piece with plenty of blood in it and put it in his hands. The kid who promised to hunt for me is standing in the queue for the meat that decides whether he survives his own breakthrough, and I get to choose which piece he gets. I meant to go straight back and keep deducing Kui Ox Fist, but the candle was still going in the east ear cave, and the old man's forehead was a mass of wrinkles. 3 more piles of herbs on the stone table, the neutralizing agent for the beast blood, the recipe from the ancestors. And he was frowning at it. Because the thing Master Li Cheng wants most in this world, as the tribe's shaman doctor, is to improve that formula and reduce how violently the blood tears men apart. Chalcedony orchid, lotus seeds, mountain soil. So I got out the jars and started packing the 3 portions. Wait, let me think about it a bit more. And he pulled the mountain soil out of one of them and looked at it and shook his head and put it back. Understand what just happened in that cave. That formula is the product of years of experimentation by this tribe. Second-tier beast blood is nearly impossible to get. Change the recipe carelessly, and the men who soak in it take worse damage, and the tribe loses martial artists it cannot replace. So he has agonized over every single preparation of beast blood for decades. And tonight, he reached in, considered one ingredient, and put it back. Because he isn't allowed to be wrong. Not once. Ever. 60 years of a man's professional life, and the entire visible output is, he thought about the soil and didn't dare. I stopped bothering him and stood quietly in the corner. Zhiyan Tribe, Mountain Opening Realm, Beast Blood Neutralizing Witch Medicine Formula. Deriving. And here's why, and I want to be honest about my reasoning, because it isn't charity. I understand this life clearly, fused memories and all. Only when the Zhiyan Tribe is doing well am I doing well. Quietly boost the tribe's strength, and the tribe fields more martial artists. More martial artists means more hunting. More hunting means more offerings on my altar. It's mutually beneficial, and it compounds. And if the tribe can't hold, when the nest goes over, no egg survives, including me. Besides, the tribe members are all very kind. Making them stronger means making myself safer. It's something I have to do. May the ancestors protect us and keep me from dying young. He built the entire justification out of self-interest, the flywheel, the offerings, the security. And then he tacked on, besides, they're all very kind, like it's an afterthought. It's not an afterthought. He's just not the kind of man who can say the real reason out loud. So he ran the numbers until the numbers agreed with him. And inside the tripod, the little figure came back. And this time, it didn't throw punches. It sat down and thought. As a newcomer to Shaman Doctor, you are ambitious. You choose to study the second-tier formula, hoping to improve it. You bury yourself in research for 10 years and painstakingly create your own improved version. Everyone who used it died. Their deaths were gruesome, as if boiled in water, the aroma wafting out, unbearable to look at. Excuse me, the cauldron doesn't simulate the recipe, it simulates the consequences. It ran your clansmen through it and told you what they smelled like. After 13 years, a better prescription was developed. The clansmen who used it died without a complete corpse. 15 years later, possessed by demonic obsession, you devised your own remedy, took it yourself, and died. The simulation killed him, and kept going. 16 years later, you begin comparing the herbs again and discover that removing the black grass enhances the neutralizing effect. In the 33rd year, you reduced 11 medicinal herbs to 8. When the clansmen used it, their bodies exploded. Do you see what this thing actually is? Master Li Chung has spent 60 years not daring to remove one pinch of soil because a mistake costs him a person he's known since birth. Jie Jing is running the same experiment. The failures, the corpses, the exploding bodies, the boiling, all of it, inside his own head, in a cave, at night, and paying for it with the leftover life of a fish. Every death in there is a man who never has to die out here. He's got a laboratory made of other people's remaining years, and the only thing it costs is being the person who watches. Ask me again what 33 failures buys a tribe that's never been allowed one. Exploding. In the 79th year, the prescription is down to 7 ingredients. In the 80th year, 3 clansmen used beast blood from the modified formula and successfully advanced to Mountain Opening Realm. In the 85th year, 3 more attempted, 2 advanced, 1 failed. For the next 10 years, no matter how you adjust the ratio, nothing improves. Related it out. You realize you're a slacker of a shaman doctor. A superficial foundation is a castle in the air, a tower built on sand. Ultimately, one must start learning from the basics. 80 years to make the recipe work. And then the cauldron insulted him for skipping the fundamentals. That thing doesn't just simulate. It grades. Ajing, and I opened my eyes to Master Li Chung looking down at me. Are you sick? Why do you look so tired? And while saying it, he took a pill out of a ceramic jar, about the size of a baby's fist. Pitch black, rough, uneven surface, and, most importantly, not round. Come, eat him. The fishy stench off that dumpling set off every alarm I have, and for reasons I can't explain, it dragged up a whole childhood of memories about being fed pills. Master, I'm fine, just tired from practicing. Notice I didn't say I wouldn't eat it. I took the medicine ball and stuffed it in my pocket. Shaman doctor needs improving. I would rather be a dog than eat that thing again. Master, I'll take care of the rest. And I reached for the jars, intending to secretly cut the dosage. Because watch what he'd just done. He took 1 herb, poured it onto the mill, and the amount wasn't reduced. He thought about it all night, and in the end, he didn't dare touch it. So when the first batch was ground to powder, I moved fast. "Master, I can handle the grinding." He nodded, filled the powder, and walked out. And I glanced at the doorway and started pulling herbs out. Thank God for 100 years of practice, or I'd never have done it that quickly. I sorted everything I removed and put it carefully back in its place. I can't explain any of this right now, so it stays a secret. Then, before he could come back, I poured the ground powder into the 2 blood tanks and stirred it with the copper rod. And by the time he came to check, the powder and the beast blood had already blended, and there was no way on earth to tell I'd cut corners. He is standing in the tribe's medicine cave, at night, secretly altering the formula that decides whether A-Bao lives through his own breakthrough. Because he ran 98 years of trials in his head, and he knows. And there is not one person alive he could explain that to. Stirred, the beast blood boiled. It went on more than half an hour before it settled. Here's the chemistry of it, by the way. Blood pulled from a wild beast will lose its savage aura on its own if you let it stand. But the longer it stands, the weaker it gets. So Zhiyan lets it sit exactly 1 night. That's the compromise. Potency versus survival, and they split the difference at dawn. And after the stirring, I found Master Li Cheng back in his ear cave, clutching that hide scroll again, thinking. That scroll is scratched raw, worn down from being handled too many times. Then he started writing. He'd had a new idea. That hide roll is pieced together from smaller ones, and unrolled it runs 10 feet long. And the dense text and diagrams all over it are records of improvements to the neutralizing formula. From the very beginning of the scroll to the part in his handwriting, 13 improvement conjectures. Then he took down 2 more rolls from the shelf behind him. Same subject, same formula, different handwriting. Former temple keepers of this tribe. And every one of those improved recipes stayed on paper. Every single improvement in 300 years is a conjecture that nobody ever dared to test. I dare not move. He sighed it. 200 years ago, the Zhiyan Tribe produced a shaman doctor who improved their neutralizing formula. The tribe failed twice in a row at mountain opening advancement. Normally, that wouldn't be a catastrophe for a tribe that has heavenly pulse warriors. But in this land, the Zhiyan Tribe was just a little unlucky. Their mountain opening martial artists died one after another and couldn't be replaced, and the entire tribe collapsed. 2 men died in a vat 200 years ago, and it wiped a civilization off the map. And every shaman doctor since has read that page and put the soil back in the jar. And the arithmetic behind his fear is worse than it sounds. Out here, nobody can describe a success rate accurately. To know whether an improvement even works, you need several trials. And beast blood is nearly impossible to get, so each trial needs years of accumulation. Several failed experiments cost more than 10 years total. And if a natural disaster lands anywhere in that window, that's the tribe. So yes, the current method is inefficient. It also kept this legacy alive for 300 years. And I should be honest about my own hand here. Even with my secret improvement, whether a man survives still depends on his Kui Ox Fist tempering. And on luck. Right timing, right place, right person, and still no guarantee. Never mind that we're currently sitting in a natural disaster with something in the water that eats tribes. Then he dug out a roll that had lost all its fur, because ancestral records say, after a major disaster comes a major epidemic, and plague insects run rampant. This rain has been falling so long. Nobody knows how many lives have drowned out there and become nourishment for the plague insect. He's not reading that for atmosphere. The old man is researching the next disaster while the current one is still raining on his roof. Soon there were 7 or 8 rolls piled in front of me, and he kept rummaging, clearly trying to use this window to stuff as much into my head as possible, which gave me a very specific feeling. I worked unpaid overtime before I transmigrated, and I'm working unpaid overtime now. The transmigration was in vain. Take your time. Shaman doctor takes time to get the hang of. Yeah, no. I don't want the basics. I want to cheat. In the great wilderness, only people with cheats survive. If every last person in this tribe were a heavenly meridian martial artist, that'd be perfect. They'd be farming third-tier beasts daily, and their temple keeper would be ecstatic. And though he wanted to pour the entire legacy into my skull in one night, a shred of reason survived, and around midnight, he sent me to bed. Back in the West Ear Cave, I was too excited to sleep. This environment is not safe. I need to become a martial artist immediately. Lifespan, 272. Because the fish paid 370 and the second-tier neutralizing formula ate 98 years of it. And when I was running that deduction, I didn't think about the price at all. It just felt like a thing that had to be done. He spent 98 years of stolen life on a recipe he can never take credit for men who will never know, and he didn't stop to consider it. Remember that the next time he tells you it's all self-interest. Continue deducing Kui Ox Fist. Let's go straight for 200 years. You invested 200 years of lifespan cultivating Kui Ox Fist. Even a pig that lives 200 years develops some skill. You, however, practiced boxing for 40 years. The pig ran into a tree, and you ran into the pig, and you've actually grasped a bit of the basics. The third move of Kui Ox Fist is mastered without you even noticing. It compared him unfavorably to a pig. Then it said he learned by colliding with the pig. The third move of a 300-year-old legacy, the one he never touched, arrived as a footnote in an insult. Kui Ox Fist upgraded to medium grade, 60% of the body's muscle and blood engaged during practice. You're still not satisfied with medium grade. You become obsessed with practicing it. You're obsessed. You make that moo sound all the time. A year later, you finally recover and stop mooing like a cow. Somewhere in that imaginary century, this man lost his mind and spent a year mooing, and the cauldron logged it, deadpan, as a milestone. In the 108th year, while practicing, you suddenly heard a sound like a bone cracking inside your body. It was very slight. You keenly grasped the change and named it the Kui Ox Thunder Sound. You hold fast to the thunder sound, slowly gaining control. Kui Ox Fist upgraded to high grade. During cultivation, more than 80% of the body's muscle, bone, and flesh can be mobilized. You vaguely sense there is something more profound in the thunder sound, but you are too tired. This deduction is complete, having consumed 117 years of lifespan. The remainder is returned. Total remaining, 155 years. And here's the part that should terrify me and doesn't. It gave the change back. I asked for 200. It spent 117 and refunded the difference. That thing has an honest billing department. And something more profound in the thunder sound? That's a door. The cauldron looked at a door, said, "I'm tired," and closed the session. I opened my eyes on the stone bed, and my first reaction wasn't excitement. It was, moo. And I clapped my hand over my mouth and stared at the cave ceiling for a long time, working through, who am I? Where am I? Before I came back. My head hurts. So I reached into my pocket, pulled out the earthy-smelling meatball, and started gnawing on it. 10 minutes ago. I would rather be a dog than eat that thing again. Now, 117 imaginary years have run through his skull, and he's eating the old man's hairball in the dark like a squirrel. Master Li Cheng's dumplings may taste unpleasant. They work. After a while, the headache eased and the fatigue lifted. High-grade Kui Ox Fist. Woof, woof, woof. He's lying in the dark, laughing and barking. The man has spent one night having a 117-year psychotic episode, and he came out the other side with the greatest martial technique in the history of his people and a noise problem. And he stayed lying down. Because an upgraded technique doesn't convert straight into strength. It just means every meal from now on counts for 80% instead of 30%. Ask me again how long it takes a runt to break a rock. Not a problem, though. The temple keeper can still steal food. Zhiyan may be small, but this tribe has never once let its ancestors go hungry. And if the ancestors get a bite, I get a bowl. Tomorrow, some of our people soak their fist techniques in beast blood. And I lay there squinting at the cave ceiling. Because the improved prescription is already in the tanks. And if the improved fist were in their hands too, the odds of advancement go up enormously. We're not stealing your offerings for nothing. Time for you to show some power. He's not praying, he's negotiating. With the dead. on behalf of a scheme he's about to run on them. So I checked that the old man was still resting and slipped out quietly, and came back with several thin stone shards and offerings. Medium grade or low grade? And here's where I actually got stuck. Not on the morality, on the market analysis. 3,000 miles away, there's a tribe called Shanghuang with several heavenly meridian martial artists. They have a broken martial legacy, a cultivation technique that supposedly takes a heavenly meridian man all the way to the 9 meridian realms. And their tempering has 3 branches, and one of those branches is Kui Ox Fist. Shanghuang's version is far better than ours. Low grade or medium? I genuinely don't. No, I'd guess low. And handing my people low grade felt like leaving money on the table. But high grade? I'm not that stupid. Because the clansmen may not be able to tell grades apart, but the effects don't lie. And news travels. And something you can't control gets a tribe erased. He isn't hiding it out of humility. He's doing threat modeling. If my tribe suddenly punches like a tribe 3,000 miles away with heavenly meridian warriors, somebody comes to ask why. So he priced the gift at exactly what the neighborhood can survive knowing about. So I took the knife in my left hand and started carving. And the real reason the old Kui Ox Fist was inferior? Nobody paid attention to detail. That's it. That's the whole 300-year gap. The slabs were palm-sized and very thin, and I used 5 total for all 3 moves. Left-handed, but after practicing martial arts, my chi is strong enough that the hand doesn't shake while carving. He's forging the handwriting, with his offhand, so nobody matches the strokes. Then I walked deeper into the temple. The Zhiyan Ancestral Temple holds a lot of shrines, and at the center is a 3-foot wordless one that all the others surround. And that shrine doesn't represent the founders of the Zhiyan Tribe. It represents the sages of the human race, the ones who pioneered the martial path. You'll find that same wordless seat in every ancestral temple in the Great Wilderness. And I worked out why it has no name. Because there were too many of them. Too many people made martial arts and cultivated it, and their names are all lost. The most sacred object in every temple in this world is a blank. Not out of mystery, out of volume. So many people built this road that the road stopped being able to list them. May our ancestors and wise men protect us and give us time to develop. Please stop. I bowed outside the altar, then jumped onto it, and used the Luan saber to pry open a crack in the wordless shrine. Look, there was nothing else for it. Across that whole altar, the wordless sage's tablet is the biggest. And Master Li Cheng did say it himself. How could the ancestors blame their juniors? It's all about survival. So I stuffed the stone shards into the crack in the divine seat. Only by continuing the legacy can we hold the sacrifice every year and eat the offerings forever. Ancestors, please don't blame me. He desecrated the holiest object in his civilization, and his justification, out loud, to their faces, was, "If you let me do this, you get fed forever." He bribed the dead with their own dinner. Then he climbed down, absolved himself, and checked the time. Almost showtime. Master, something terrible has happened. Our ancestors have been destroyed. The consequences of a broken ancestral seat are severe. First time in 300 years. The clan leader came immediately, and Chieftain Li Wei stood frowning at that cracked, wordless shrine. Because the endless rain is already an ill omen, and they say a cracked ancestral seat means the graves are splitting. I got my first proper look at the chieftain right then. Brows furrowed, face rough and dark, weathered right through by time. Master Li Cheng, and the old man was standing there hunched, the man who has guarded this temple for decades without a single mistake, and today, this. I could see it on him. He was frightened, and he regretted a hasty decision. Because he handed the temple to a new boy, and the boy broke the ancestors in 2 weeks, and now the tribe, already terrified by the corpses in the river, has this to look at. And then Master Li Cheng straightened up. I noticed cracks in the wordless sage's tablet last year. I hadn't had time to reshape it. Ah Jing is new. He doesn't know about this. I've become senile. I should have restored our ancestors' seat long ago. He lied. Instantly. In front of the chieftain. In front of everyone. He took the entire thing onto his own back, invented a whole year of negligence that never happened, and called himself senile in public to keep the blame off a boy who has been in his cave for 16 days. That's the man who gives away his marrow and blames his teeth. Master, it seems like there's something in there. And that pulled every eye back to the wordless seat. They took the shrine apart, and through the crack, several stone fragments. Stone hidden inside the wood? What is this? This looks like Kui Ox Fist. The moves in this one seem a bit different from what we cultivate. And the shards went hand to hand, the chieftain, Master Li Cheng, several mountain-opening martial artists, and every one of them recognized it instantly. Master Li Cheng just stared at the broken seat, lost. And Chieftain Li Wei ran his rough hands over the slab, and his eyes went somewhere unreadable. Practice it. And the rest of the tribe wasn't feeling profound about anything. They just started throwing punches. It really is different. The opening strike isn't what we practice. Hey, I'm feeling it! Because every man in that room has practiced Kui Ox Fist for decades. They noticed the change in about 4 seconds. And I stood there genuinely worried about exposure, because you can't fake the age of a stone slab on short notice. Then I looked down at myself. 1 meter 83. The weakest man in a tribe that averages over 2 meters. Carve a stone tablet on the spot? Modify a martial art on the spot? Zhiyan hasn't produced talent like that in 300 years. Even if I stood up and confessed, nobody would believe me. That's his alibi. Not a clever forgery, not the left hand, his own body. He's too small to be suspected of being extraordinary. And once the tribesmen started practicing, the chieftain lost interest in examining the slabs at all. Is it possible the ancestors hid this in the shrine on purpose? And he wasn't the only one thinking it. Master Li Cheng got there too, because none of the ancestral hide scrolls record this. And here's the reasoning that sealed it for both of them. The wordless tablet was made when the clan was founded. If it had never been damaged, the martial stone inside would have been impossible to reach. So the slab looking a bit new is understandable, isn't it? Sealed inside an altar, isolated from the world, for 3 centuries. Clan Chief, this fist really works. I'm mobilizing more flesh and bone. I'm even a little hungry. Me too. Our ancestors have manifested. They've bestowed this martial art upon us. There it is. They fired the gods 300 years ago because nobody answered when they prayed. And tonight, in the middle of the worst flood in living memory, with dead strangers floating past their mountain, somebody finally answered. And it's a 17-year-old with a headache who's been mooing at the ceiling. Inside the East Ear Cave, while the tribe practiced outside, in no hurry to touch the blood now, Master Li Cheng repaired the altar, and I held it steady for him. The ancestors hid a martial art in the shrine? Wasn't that hidden a bit too well? The chieftain working it through, and deciding it makes sense. Sealed inside the altar, cut off from the air, of course it looks newish. And here's the fact that makes the whole con airtight. For many years, this tribe has been trying to improve Kui Ox Fist. Anybody with an idea can bring it to the temple keeper. It's an open invitation. It's been open for generations, and it never improved much. So of everybody currently alive in this tribe, which one of them could possibly have done this? Ask me again who. The tribe decides to thank. Nobody. That's the answer. Nobody in this tribe could have done it, and even the ones with ideas don't dare speak up, because a wrong idea causes problems, and problems cost people. So there's no other explanation available. It came from the ancestors. Then Master Li Cheng stroked the altar and asked the question that actually mattered. I wonder which is better, the Kui Ox Fist left by the seniors or the one Shanghuang tribe has. And Chieftain Li Wei went quiet, because Shanghuang is powerful and their hunting range is wide, and sometimes they come hunting near us. We're all human race. By principle, we should help each other. But if principle actually applied, nobody would practice martial arts, and there wouldn't be tribes of every size scattered across this world. That's the geopolitics of the Great Wilderness in 2 sentences, delivered by a man repairing an altar. We're all family. Also, everyone is armed, and that is not a coincidence. And when Zhiyan was founded, Shanghuang had already existed for 200 years. The founding ancestors may well have taken that into account. Li Kai, Commander Li Long, Commander Li Feng, the 3 of you stay, everyone else, out. Our ancestors have appeared and protected our tribe. We will get through this flood. Those three are the ones selected to soak, the candidates for Mountain Opening Realm. All three have practiced the fist for decades. They trained on the new version for 3 days. Then they got in the blood. No choice. Wait any longer and the blood weakens, and you need every scrap of its power to make the final push and take the realm in one shot. And as they came up, I clocked something. Commander Li Long picked the tank I hadn't modified. He fixed the recipe in secret and can't tell anyone. So one of the 3 men is climbing into the original formula, and the boy who knows can't say a word about it without explaining how he knows. The prescription's changed. The fist's been handed over. Now it's luck. And a breakthrough is not the majestic thing you're picturing. 3 men climbed into beast blood like it was boiling soup, and the blood washed them up like shrimp. And each of them, on his own rhythm, hauls himself out of the cauldron and throws Kui Ox Fist to mobilize his whole body and absorb what's in him. Then back in the vat. Then out again. Punch. Again. I watched for a while and lost interest, honestly. 3 enormous men making a racket. Not much to see. Except every time one of them punched, his whole body seemed to steam open, and blood-red sweat came pouring out of him until it filled the entire temple. That's the beast blood energy that can't be absorbed, leaving. And before my modification, that pool of red sweat was even bigger. There's his proof, right there on the floor of his own temple. The waste is measurably smaller, and he's the only person in the world who can read the readout. 3 days. And for 3 days, sitting in the ancestral temple, I kept hearing rumbling out of the mountains. Because Mountain Opening Realm is measured against mountains, naturally. The nearby slopes took a beating, long, winding cracks opening down the rock. That's the signature. That's what it looks like when a mountain opening martial artist is born. All 3 made it. And the joy blew the dread straight out of this tribe. 13 mountain opening martial artists, plus 4 older ones, and suddenly 3 more in their prime. That's an enormous jump in the tribe's total strength, and the clansmen were delighted. And so was I. And the new ones immediately wanted to get back in the floodwater and go find another fish, because the ancestors have manifested, so obviously we have to offer sacrifices. 3 days ago, the correct number for this event was 1 out of 3, and everyone knew it, and they picked the men anyway. Now it's 3 for 3, and the entire tribe has concluded the dead came back to help. Which, from where I'm standing, holding a knife I carved left-handed, is almost true. The rain kept falling. The floodwaters came pouring out of the mountain passes like a turbid dragon, throwing waves against the slopes. And the tribe stood on the shore trying to run the haluo fish play again. And inside the caves, news of the miracle went everywhere, and the mood transformed. From boys learning their first punch to stone-splitting men with decades in, everyone is practicing the improved Kui Ox Fist bestowed by their ancestors. Me too, obviously. Master Li Chung gave me special permission to leave the temple and go learn the improved style and come back after. So I pretended to practice for 2 days. He got officially excused from his job in order to be taught his own martial art. By then, my energy had almost recovered. Night. Deep. Rain outside. Continue deducing the Kui Ox thunder sound. Because last time it told me there were greater mysteries in there. And because high grade still only mobilizes about 80% of the body, and 80 is nowhere near the ceiling. And the phantom in the cauldron started moving. After practicing your boxing for 150 years, you finally achieved complete mastery. No longer completely ignorant. A year later, the thunder sound transformed into double sound. 30 years later, 7 sounds. 20 years later, 8 sounds. After the 8th clap of the Kui Ox, your head has turned to stone again. You can't find the next step. 20 years pass in the blink of an eye. You transform into a cow once more. Moo, moo, moo. He did it again. 20 years, gone, mooing, and the cauldron flagged it like a recurring bug report. And inside the tripod, the phantom kept mooing, and its hands never stopped moving. Kui Ox Fist, over and over without pause. And finally, on a new round, the thunder came again. 7, 8, 9. And on the 9th, the figure throwing the fist trembled from head to foot, and something profound flowed straight into its head. After another 30 years, through your stubborn and relentless cultivation, the ninth boom of the Kui Ox thunder sound has been unleashed. The 9 roars of the Kui Ox, the ultimate form of the Kui Fist, tempers the entire body's flesh, tendons, bones, and internal organs. Congratulations on your stubbornness. You've mastered the support divine ability, all into one. Read the credit it gave him. Not talent, not insight, not destiny. Congratulations on your stubbornness. The greatest technique in the history of his people was produced by a man who is too stupid to stop, twice went feral and mooed for a combined 21 years, and kept punching through all of it. Realm, still not entry level. Refining, Kui Ox Fist, high grade. Divine ability, all into one. Lifespan, 15. All into one allows the priest to perfectly refine and absorb daily cultivation resources. Possesses the effect of absorbing all things, accumulating small amounts to form a complete system. A day later, after 3 enormous meals of meat, I found out what that actually means. This divine ability is absurd. Cultivating Kui Ox Fist, the meat I eat converts perfectly into chi power. Nothing wasted. Nothing at all. Then I found a handful of dry leaves somewhere in the tribe and ate those. They converted too. Every resource I consume gets squeezed for everything it has, and what comes out the other end is dry chaff and dregs. The man ate leaves to test the throughput, and they worked. Here's what that unlocks, and it's the whole ball game. Even on ordinary wild beast meat, I can advance to martial artist. It's purely a question of how long. Stone splitting and mountain opening are now completely open to me. The blood vat, the thing that kills 2 out of 3 of my people, I don't need it at all. And Heavenly Meridian doesn't look so hard anymore either. Because all into one matters more the further you go. Many small efforts, pooled, become a higher realm. And this is where you need to understand why Zhiyan has exactly 1 Heavenly Meridian warrior. 3rd-tier beasts are nearly impossible to find. 2nd tier is manageable. Get the stone-splitting men to focus fire, drag it home, done. But sending mountain-opening men at a 3rd-tier beast? The success rate collapses. And even then it comes down to luck. And it's because we're small. Look at Shang Huang. Several Heavenly Meridian martial artists, so they can afford to have men wandering the wilderness full-time, specifically scouting 3rd-tier beasts. Because beasts have their own groups and territories, and they fight each other. So the scouts go looking for the old ones, the injured ones. And when they find one, the tribe organizes and takes it. Zhiyan has Li Wei. 1 man. He can't go wandering. So whether we ever get a 3rd-tier beast is entirely luck. And that might happen once every few decades. And I'm under no illusions. Nobody's hunting a 3rd-tier beast for me. The ancestors aren't that generous. Whether I ever eat one is pure chance. So 3rd-tier resources are off the table. And that's just 3rd. At 4th or 5th tier, numbers stop working entirely. You cannot swarm those. But with all into one, I don't need them. Perfect refinement means I can ride 2nd tier or even large quantities of 1st tier all the way up to Heavenly Meridian. Many small contributions, 1 great achievement. That's the method. That's accumulation. Everyone else in this world climbs by finding a bigger monster. He climbs by not wasting anything. Same meat, same tribe, same flood. He just stopped leaking. So, the perfect Kui Ox Fist, plus the auxiliary divine ability. And with both in hand, Jie Jing had no further thoughts, and simply squatted in the ancestral temple, waiting for his meal. That's the man. That's the whole strategy of the most dangerous person in this valley. Sit still, eat everything. Wait, ask me again what 15 years of lifespan is worth when the rain finally stops. And a bowl overflowing with beast meat arrived, carried by Master Li Cheng. And looking at me, still shorter than everyone, despite punching every single day, he patted my shoulder. Eat more. You're still a bit weak. He's watching a boy train relentlessly and stay small, and reading it as failure, and responding the only way he knows how. That bowl is being handed to the strongest thing this valley has produced in 300 years. And it is exactly what that thing needs. The old man is right for entirely the wrong reason. 10 days of constant activity in every cave in the tribe, and I honestly forgot about the rain outside. Then, in the West Ear Cave, I pulled my fist back and stood still, and felt the warm current move through me, and my eyes lit up. I leveled up. I'm starving. I want to eat more. I checked myself over. Taller. Genuinely taller than I was. Still meaningfully shorter than the walking bears around here, but taller. Snap. And I put my hand on the black Ming stone in the corner and drove strength into my right hand. And where I gripped it, power came out of the stone itself. And I squeezed a corner of a 1.5-meter boulder until it cracked open. The tribe tests for sane tone splitting by having a man punch the rock violently with everything he has. He didn't punch it, he held it, and it broke. And here's the thing about the realms that I understand now and my tribe never has. Stone splitting and mountain opening don't actually have a clear border. Both are just increases in your own strength, and soaking in second-tier blood is really about pushing your chi to its absolute limit and using the blood to shatter the bottleneck and reopen the ceiling. For me, there is no bottleneck. As long as I eat, I become a mountain-opening martial artist. Naturally. Inevitably. Realm. Stone splitting. 1 desolate power. And how do I know so much about how everyone else is progressing? Because the East Ear Cave with hide scrolls spread out in front of me, a catalog with rubbings of the improved Kui Ox Fist, and a roster of the tribe. And glancing down that roster, I found only 2 people share my name, both born while warming themselves by the fire at the foot of the mountain. The list is packed with names and matching portraits, and the portraits genuinely catch what each person looks like. 133 people, of which 27 are new additions. And A-Bao's name is at the top of the new ones. These are everyone the tribe believes has the potential to reach stone splitting. And since the improved fist appeared, that number has jumped by a 5th in almost no time at all. Anyone here who feels capable comes to Master Li Chang, leaves their name, and waits in line for beast blood. He carved 5 stone slabs left-handed in the dark. 27 people put their names down. Write down Li Han. He's over 40. If he can make martial artist, it'd be a great honor to have benefited from our ancestors. The old man, giving instructions, and sighing the whole time. Because it's wonderful that the ancestors showed their power, and the situation is genuinely awful. There is no beast blood. The rain is pouring. There's nowhere near the tribe to hunt. And once the rain finally stops, the starving beasts that survived the flood come out more ferocious than before. Never mind that after heavy rain, there will inevitably be plague insects. And that's the real crisis. Because plague insects are a huge problem for martial artists, never mind the elderly, the women, and the children. Once it spreads, the whole tribe goes desolate. 27 people just signed up for the thing that kills 2 out of 3, and there's nothing to put them in. The miracle arrived, and the pantry is empty. Which is why I've been reading shamanic remedies for plague insects in my spare time. Because the plague insect is also a great calamity beast, and once its name spreads, it's everywhere. Here's what it does. The plague fluid gets into you. Blisters swell up all over your body. Then your internal organs rot and become a breeding ground for the next generation. Your body is the nest. That's the design. And I saw an opportunity in the crisis. Because plague doesn't care who you are, it's indiscriminate. So if it can be prevented, that's an opportunity for the Zhiyan Tribe to expand its tolerance. And if the tribe gets stronger, wouldn't the ancestors eat even better? I am the most sincere man alive in my respect for my ancestors. He looked at an incoming plague and saw a land grab, and then justified it as devotion to the dead, whose shrine he broke open with a knife. In the scrolls, I found the thing itself, semi-transparent all over, with small clear pouches full of plague fluid. And that's just the most common kind. Because Zhiyan records say there's also a wild beast called plague insect. Massive things that became the mothers, controlled by countless insects, roaming the mountains and the fields. Wherever they go, the water and the soil are contaminated. And legend says the human race once offered sacrifices to that beast, and the more they performed the rites, the worse it got. There's the origin of the grudge. Right there, Their ancestors knelt to the plague, fed it properly, did the ceremony correctly, and it ate the offerings and kept killing them. That's the day this tribe stopped believing in anything it couldn't hold. So here's what Zhiyan actually does about water, and I want you to hear it properly. They drink from a vertical well drilled down into the mountain. The water is filtered through fine sand and wood ash, and these methods have been around a long time. And they boil it before drinking. Always. The wilderness looks primitive, but the human race managed to reproduce and survive and pass down a legacy, which means the ancestors already cleared some of the pits. As for new pits, the human race is still working on it. Newcomers step into new pits. New pits become old pits. Newcomers become old people. That's the whole engine of a civilization in one line, said in passing, by a man who transmigrated in from an office job. Sand filtration, ash, boiling, deep wells. Nobody in that tribe can read. They solved waterborne disease anyway by burying enough people to learn the lesson and then never letting go of it. Same with the plague after the flood. For 300 years, Zhiyan has stockpiled disaster supplies even in good times, witch medicine included. But with a shaman doctor legacy this poor, being adequately prepared is a serious problem. I'm afraid I'm not prepared enough. I'm afraid the plague insect is too powerful. I'm scared. I'm afraid of too many things. And as the floodwaters kept rising, Master Li Cheng's anxiety got worse every day. Because the bigger the flood, the more lives lost. And the more lives lost, the worse the plague. That's the equation the old man has been sitting with since day one. Every extra day of rain is a number in a future body count, and he's the man who's supposed to have the medicine. No wonder the chieftain, a heavenly pulse warrior, looks that weathered. Being the clan leader is too difficult. I've heard from the older generation that there are tribes in faraway places who live suspended in the sky, unafraid of floods or earthquakes or plagues. They can even drive away terrifying beasts. I wonder what a tribe like that is like. He said it in a daze, staring at nothing. We're all lower tribes. How could we dare dream of what a tribe like that is like? We can't even imagine it. And I want to be honest, I couldn't come up with it either, and I'm from a different world. Though I'm fairly sure it isn't peasants imagining the emperor tills his fields with a golden hoe. An old man in a cave, in the rain, who has never in his life been dry, wondering out loud what it's like to be safe. And he can't picture it. He doesn't have the components. The most he can construct is a place where the sky doesn't try to kill you. So I opened another scroll on shamanic herbs and started studying, because there's no way around it. Even cheating requires some basics. The sacrificial tripod keeps insulting me, telling me I've got 6 of my 7 orifices open, and it has genuinely angered me several times. What if I could deduce a real form of witchcraft out of this? Because as the tribe gets stronger, I get safer. Just look at our only heavenly meridian martial artist and how exhausted the man is. And even with all into one, I still have to actually climb to heavenly meridian. I'll prepare for that later. 7 days later. West Ear Cave, fist withdrawn. Realm, stone splitting, 2 desolate power. My chi power doubled, and not from beast meat. Because although the old man and I have meat at every meal, it's all ordinary dried beast meat. The tribe genuinely isn't wealthy. It's been raining 4 months straight, and the entire settlement is just sitting in caves eating through its savings. Doubled. In a week. On jerky. While 133 people ration dried meat and wait for a flood to end so they can go back to gambling their lives on a vat of blood. Ask me again what he does when the water finally goes down. Now, the tribe does have reserves of 1st and 2nd tier dried meat. But some things can't be touched carelessly, because when there's nothing left to replenish energy with, that meat is the fuel a martial artist burns to fight. It exists so the tribe has combat strength the day something unexpected walks in. It's really not easy having a family to support. No wonder Li Wei doesn't dare slack off for a single day. And the actual reason my strength doubled that fast isn't jerky, obviously. I stole from my ancestors. Specifically, the 2nd tier fish. When they butchered it, there were 2 portions of blood, and 1 went into the vessel on the offering table. The rest went to the men breaking through to mountain opening, and after a breakthrough, the leftover blood isn't fully consumed, so they water it down and pass it to the stone-splitting men. And I would never fight my clansmen over leftovers. Stealing from the ancestors is much easier. Everything the ancestors have, I have. He worked out the supply chain and found the one node where nobody is watching and nobody can object. Many days on, there isn't much blood left in that vessel, but the fish's realm is still in it. And Master Li Chung is busy every day preparing plague medicine, while I do all the cleaning and sweeping. So stealing a bit of beast blood is extremely convenient, and beast blood is foul. In my old world, something like that sitting out for weeks would be a maggot farm. But wild beast blood is strange. It stays clear and lustrous, like blood amber. So, a little mixed meat and millet each day, plus what I skim off the altar. 7 days. Doubled. And feeling my body firm up again, I figured I could increase the dose. Before, afraid my body couldn't take it, I was careful, a small spoonful at a time. Stronger now, better constitution, definitely a couple spoonfuls next time. Then, in front of the altar, looking at the pitiful amount of blood left in the vessel, I bowed. May our ancestors bless us with another second-tier monster fish. He is standing at the shrine he burgled, praying for restock. The rain stayed misty with no sign of stopping, and I walked out of the temple into the noise of men who've been holding that flooded bank for days, because even though the waters carried off most of the debris, the tribe is still scraping for anything usable. The hilltops look like islands now. A heavenly meridian martial artist can skim across floodwater on iron palms, but it isn't safe and it doesn't last. And Zhiyan isn't wealthy enough to spend its only clan leader raiding its own territory. Look out across those mountains and there's nothing but water. Toward evening, 2 martial artists, Li Jian and Li Kai, came in fast from behind the mountain. Our settlement sits on a small mountain, 10-odd miles from the tribe's range, outside the Juye Mountains. And the reason nobody built caves in the higher Juye peaks is simple. The deep mountains are too dangerous. Boulder went straight into the chieftain's cave, and not long after, Li Wei took a few men and left tribal territory. And when they came back, under cover of night, they dragged something into the ancestral temple. A piece of broken wood, 5 or 6 jang across. And it isn't one piece, it's been pieced together, and the top and bottom are different colors. Part of it is darkened until you can't see the grain or the carving underneath. And on another part, you can still make out animal patterns, though not enough to tell what animal. Master Li Chung patted my shoulder and said nothing, and I understood him perfectly. Don't panic. It's a fragment of a ship. Found it in a valley east of the Clan Mountain, jammed into a corner with the loose wood and grass. We'd never have spotted it if we hadn't checked carefully. That's Li Jian, senior mountain cracking, and the man most likely to become our second heavenly meridian. When the chieftain can't move freely, Li Jian leads the hunt and handles everything. Because after the skeletons came down the river, Li Wei ordered patrols increased. And 10 miles east and west of us, there are more than a dozen recessed valleys where debris collects. So Boulder climbed up and punched it. Boom! And the wood, already cracked, took the hit completely undamaged. Third-order ironwood only grows deep in the mountains, the old man, frowning. Then he went and got a hide scroll and brought it back and unrolled it beside the timber. There's a picture of ironwood on it. Here's the scale of that. Juyen has ironwood logs, and our people find them nearly impossible to process, never mind building a boat out of it. So this isn't something a small tribe can do. And even a third-tier ironwood hole got broken, which means that was an enormous storm. Even more powerful than Shang Huang, Boulder smacking his lips. And Master Li Chung said nothing at all and went back to his scrolls. And soon an old hide was laid out, a map drawn in a loose, impressionistic style. Mountains rising and falling, rivers meandering, and tribal names marked among them. Shang Huang sits above us, and besides Shang Huang, there's a place at the edge of the map called Linze, and in it, something called spirit fish. Now, oral tradition says the Lingyu tribe is thousands of miles from Juyan, but on this map, Lingyu to Juyan is about the same as Lingyu to Shang Huang. Is that the spirit fish? Let me lay out the neighborhood, because it explains everything about how these people think. If Shang Huang is the local bully that Juyan is quietly afraid of, then Lingyu is a name and nothing else. Nobody here knows what they look like. They're too lazy to ever come to our area. And that map is left over from the tribe's founding. The thousands of miles is a lie. Nobody knows how far it actually is. All anyone knows is that a tribe like that exists and that everyone calls them an upper tribe. And after a long moment, I realized something. The most powerful men in my tribe are all just guessing. The chieftain, the elders, the strongest warrior, standing over a 300-year-old map in a cave, arguing about distances nobody has ever measured in a world where the neighbors are hypothetical. One thing is certain, though. The tribes have a rank system. Zhiyan and Shanghuang are both lower wasteland tribes. No witchcraft, no cultivation techniques, no clan treasures. Nobodies. Above lower is upper. And above that, apparently, there are marquises and earls, which seem to correspond to higher martial ranks. The tribe never recorded the details, because they spent their days struggling to survive, and staying alive was enough, and striving upward was something they only dared to dream about. Didn't you see how exhausted Chief Li Wei is? And I understand it, honestly. In a world of rampant disaster and human races scrabbling over survival, of course there's an upper and a lower. Zhiyan looks weak. But somewhere out there are people who are genuinely powerful. I eat meager rations here. That doesn't stop someone in this world from eating dragon liver and phoenix marrow. And since powerful tribes exist, a hierarchy naturally forms to guarantee their authority. Even if the ancestors of the strong tribes didn't care about titles, some descendant eventually wants one, to raise his own standing. The Great Wilderness may be primitive. Ritual and famous artifacts were established a long time ago. The tribe fired heaven 300 years ago for not showing up, and built a peerage anyway. The group stayed in the temple and reached no conclusion, and dawn was coming. First, hide this in the ancestral temple. Because third-tier ironwood is genuinely valuable, turn it into ironwood weapons for the tribe's martial artists, and their strength jumps enormously. It's a tribal-grade material. It isn't easy to build with. And that's when I found out that at the back of the temple, behind the altar, behind collapsed earth and rock, there's another hole going down. And without calling in a single other clansman, Boulder started digging. 5 jong deep before a small opening appeared. Jing, this must not be told to anyone. Our tribesmen are good at talking. If one hears it, the whole tribe hears it. That's my warning, delivered once the entrance was sealed again. It's almost as if there are a lot of big mouths in this tribe. Master, I understand. They've got a secret vault under the ancestors, and the chieftain dug it out personally rather than trust anyone with a shovel. And the newest man in the building, 16 days on the job, forger of the sacred slabs, thief of the altar blood, is now inside the circle of trust. Ask me again what else is down that hole. Honestly, I wasn't curious. The ancestral temple is my territory. I'll see it sooner or later. Dawn came and the crowd dispersed, and I swept up all the debris from the digging like a good employee. Then I stood at the cave mouth and got some air. If this rain keeps going, I genuinely don't know if the tribe's reserves hold. And with a third-tier ship destroyed out there, I don't think Chieftain Li Wei himself could take the beating that ironwood took. Thinking too much won't help. Because a crisis big enough to break a third-tier ironwood hull is a crisis Zhiyan cannot survive. And when a calamity like that actually arrives, thinking about it in advance is worth nothing. So look at what's in front of you instead. How does this plague formula work? Because if I can deduce it far enough, if Zhiyan survives while the tribes around us take further disaster, then Zhiyan absorbs them and expands. Disaster first, then development. That sounded awkward even in my own head, and I felt awkward thinking it, but that's how it actually happens. 15 years of lifespan left, and no strange fish had come down the flood. So I went to the altar. Our ancestors have shown their power. Don't you want to eat fish? If you want to eat, then show yourselves. And stop sending broken ships and severed limbs. Look how frightened the clan leader is. He's yelling at his gods for sending bad omens instead of groceries. 5 days later, 3 desolate powers, and the beast blood in the vessel is nearly gone. So I added some water, and some crushed bone powder, and stirred. Looks almost exactly like what was originally left. Anyway, it's only used for coating the stone drums. Our ancestors didn't like eating it. They'll make do. He's watering down the sacred blood and topping it off with bone dust so the level in the vessel looks right? That's not a cultivator. That's a bartender. Sweep, eat, practice. Study the shaman legacy. That's the day, every day. And in those days, I noticed the clan leader going out constantly. Because a heavenly meridian martial artist is different, the meridian bursts open inside him, and chi becomes blood chi that adheres across his whole body. He can float on water and climb out onto another mountain. 2 days later, a colorful python got dragged into my temple. First tier. 6 zhang long, thick as a water bucket, beaten to them. Edge of Death by Li Wei personally. And I took one look and froze. Damn it, where are the snake's ears? Seeking advice online. The high priest plundered the Tier 1 colorful python. Lifespan, 87 years. That evening, I ate snake soup, and the warmth went all the way through me. And apart from the sacrificial portion, the rest got cut up and sent around the caves, where people started processing it. Most of it goes to reserves, even now, even hungry. The high priest plundered the first-tier partridge cloudhawk. Lifespan, 57 years. That's me pulling the Luan saber out of the neck of a limp, withered hawk. It has to be the clan leader. He's the only one who can keep bringing living things back. Because the hills near the tribe were cleared out a month before the flood, and any stray beast the water pushed up the mountain got taken immediately. To find prey now, you have to leave. And in this entire clan, exactly one man can travel that far. And I know why he's doing it. The ironwood boat frightened him. Otherwise, he'd never risk going out this often. The beasts are just something he grabs on the way back from scouting. The chieftain of a tribe is walking out alone, across floodwater, into the wilderness that erased somebody else's people, looking for the thing that's coming. And on the way home, he picks up dinner, so the trip isn't wasted. And the boy at the altar is billing every animal to his own account. Lifespan, 159. Enough for a preliminary deduction on the plague. And after 2 months of study, I'm no longer blind at this. I've memorized everything the clan has. Zhiyan has 3 plague defenses: burning witch medicine, medicine dumplings for the elderly, women, and children, and most importantly, drinking witch medicine soup. And for actually killing plague insects, the martial artists. That's it. That's the whole plan. Men with fists. Deriving the Zhiyan Tribe plague insect witch medicine recipe. You've invested a century of lifespan researching the formula, hoping to replicate what happened with Kui Ox Fist. Master, our ancestors have broken up again. 2 days later, early morning. The old man sound asleep until I woke him, and Chieftain Li Wei arrived too, fatigue all over his face. And this time, it wasn't the wordless shrine I'd already repaired. This time, it was an old ancestor of the tribe named Qin, one of the men who built this tribe. And Master Li Cheng held, in both hands, the ancient hide scroll he'd pulled out of the cracked seat. Of course it's rustic, because that hide is a blank I specifically fished out of the old man's own scroll collection. He robbed the shaman's stationery drawer to forge a revelation from the shaman's ancestors. 左圣草, 侯朴木, 智木, 黄沁. This is a plague prescription, with slightly different quantities and proportions. And the old man was very excited. And Chieftain Li Wei stood holding the ancestor Qin's tablet, examining it, over and over. It was damp, months of heavy rain. And here's where my stomach dropped, because the chieftain is not stupid. The altars are all wood. They need maintenance every single day or they'd have gone moldy long ago. And wooden altars only crack when they dry out. So how could they keep cracking in an environment this humid? And Chieftain Li Wei glanced at Jie Jing. He noticed, not the forgery, not the handwriting, the weather. He's standing in a cave holding a piece of soaked wood that split during the wettest 4 months in living memory, and the physics do not work. And what he saw was Jie Jing examining the other divine seats, looking, for all the world, like a boy who genuinely wants to take every single one down and investigate. And seeing that, Chieftain Li Wei withdrew his gaze. The tablet went back on the altar. It seems our ancestors truly did work their magic. The chieftain had it. He had the thread in his hand, and the suspect performed enthusiasm at him, and the man let it go. Because the alternative explanation is that a 16-year-old runt is forging his gods, and that's absurd. So he chose the miracle, because the miracle is the thing keeping his people upright while dead strangers float past his mountain. Sweep the temple. Clean the altar. Steal ancestral offerings and beast blood to make rice porridge. The taste is lacking. The daily rise in my chi is fascinating. Still raining today. Another batch of mushrooms came up in the cave. Since finishing the improved plague formula, I've put everything into cultivation, and my chi power is climbing fast, because all into one turns every scrap of food I eat into strength. 4 desolate powers now, and I estimate mountain opening needs 9. Ajing, next time there's beast blood, I can make stone-splitting realm. A-Bao at the temple entrance. Hadn't seen him in days. Excited enough to burst. When I become a martial artist, I have to hunt a beast to offer to our ancestors. And here's what he's excited about. The blood from those 2 first-tier beasts Li Wei brought back produced 5 new stone-splitting martial artists. Everyone in that group has cultivated Kui Ox Fist for 8 to 10 years minimum. And now, on the modified version, the results are surprisingly good. And per the old man's roster, next time there's stone-splitting blood, it's A-Bao's turn. And A-Bao is genuinely talented. He's overtaken clansmen in their 30s, a late bloomer who caught all of them. And how did the overtaking get established exactly? They fought, obviously. Rain pouring, everyone stuck indoors, so they wrestled in the caves and on the beds until the rankings sorted themselves out. 4 months trapped in a mountain with no food and no sunlight, and this tribe's entertainment is a league table. Here you go, Ajing. And after we talked a while, A-Bao pulled a package out of his pocket, something with a strange smell, and stuffed it into my arms. Ask me again what a 2-meter man has been saving in his pocket. Animal hide, wrapped around several pieces of dried beast meat. I'm going to soak in beast blood now. It's fine if I don't eat this. And I didn't refuse. I wrapped it back up and tucked it under my arm. Ajing, I'm going back. Read the logic that boy used. I'm about to climb into a vat that kills 2 out of 3 men, so I won't be needing my food. Either I come out a martial artist and I can hunt more, or I don't come out. Either way, you should have this. And he said it cheerfully, and left. And the man he gave it to walked back into the cave, thinking that his ancestors are less ambitious than his little brother, and it seems he'll have to give them a talking to. Day 127. 5 desolate powers. And early that morning, sweeping the temple and clearing out mushrooms, I heard a commotion outside. The rain's lessened. The floodwaters are receding. And it went through the whole tribe in seconds, 2 zhang back from where the bank had been, and Master Li Cheng, finally leaving the temple, went down to the water to look at the wooden stake they'd driven in at the very beginning. Of course there's a stake. 4 months ago, on day 1, while everyone else was panicking, somebody walked down to the water and drove a marker in. Nobody in this tribe can read. They kept measurements anyway. 3 days later, 11 zhang. 5 days later, 30 zhang from the stake. And with a light drizzle still going, the old man came back from the bank and went straight to Li Wei. And then the bonfires were lit in every cave in the tribe. Baskets of herbs came out of the storage mine and into people's hands, and everybody stood at the fires slowly driving the moisture out of the medicine. And every so often somebody threw mugwort on, and the smoke went fragrant and filled all the caves. And the old man and I got to work. A big copper pot went over the fire, and I poured the prepared herbs in to boil, and the elderly and the weak and the women and the children started drinking. And the women sat by the fires tending the drying herbs while crushing and kneading others into medicine balls. Everyone, children, women, and martial artists alike, got a ball to wear against the body. And I knelt there rolling dumplings too. Crush to powder, add water, knead, shape by hand, dry gently at the fire. Soon every cave, large and small, stank of medicine. The children got confined inside, and the smallest ones got stuffed into wicker baskets full of herbs. Everyone on high alert. That's the whole tribe. On the word of one old man reading a stick in the mud. Nobody argued. Nobody asked for proof. He said the water is going, the plague is coming, and 133 people started rolling pills. 2 more days. The sun came out. First time I've seen the sun since I arrived in this world. The rain has actually stopped. The water hasn't fully gone, but it drops every day. And what it leaves behind is silt. Every flooded surface, bare. Not a scrap of vegetation anywhere. Temple Cave. And there I am, hands blackened from rolling medicine balls, holding a big earthenware bowl and gulping down medicinal soup. which is my modified prescription. And from now on, every single person in this tribe drinks a bowl a day. The campfire never goes out. The medicine boils continuously. And I'd originally planned to share some suggestions, ventilation, hygiene. Modern man arrives with wisdom. Then I looked properly. It was completely unnecessary. Because the moment the sun came out, every rock wall outside was covered in hides drying. They don't just sun things, they medicate the smoke. Every cave, inside and out, got a massive fire run through it, and the entire mountainside outside the entrances got the same treatment. And every day's leftover medicine dregs get scattered through the caves. And as for the place where people relieve themselves, they set it on fire. And if it won't light, the tribe has animal oil. Under the martial artist's direction, everyone able-bodied started gathering wood and stacking it on the surrounding hills to dry. Because if plague insects come, you light enormous bonfires around the tribe to drive them off. He came from a world with germ theory, hospitals, and soap. And he walked out to teach these people hygiene and found them already flame-sterilizing the latrine on schedule. There's nothing to teach. They buried their way to this knowledge, generation by generation, and it's all correct. Then Boulder and the tribe's mountain-opening martial artists set out for distant ground. Because the instant the water drops, the first job is inspecting 100 miles around the tribe. If a powerful beast got trapped nearby by the flood, that's a hunt. And second, find every beast carcass under the silt and bury it so it doesn't become food for the plague insect. And mark the burial site. Because zhuosheng grass, the primary anti-plague medicine, often grows beside a wild beast's corpse. And once it comes up, the tribe comes back and harvests it for reserves. They bury the dead animals to starve the plague. The plague medicine grows out of the graves. So they mark them and come back in a season and harvest the cure from the thing that would have killed them. 300 years to learn that. Nobody wrote it down as a theory. It's just what you do. The rain has only just stopped. The plague insect hasn't arrived. They're already preparing for the one after that. The entire tribe mobilized. 2 days later, Boulder came back quietly. And then Chieftain Li Wei said goodbye to Master Li Cheng and went out. And when I saw the old man starting to prepare the neutralizing herbs, I quickly took over the job. And under cover of night, a second-tier fish covered in sword-like spikes got dragged into the ancestral temple. The priest has plundered the second-tier sword-patterned fish. Lifespan, 230 years. But this time, only 2 stone troughs of blood. And the blood did not stay in the temple. Chieftain Li Wei took it away personally. And after daybreak, he came back wearily, with a mountain-splitting quay, in poor condition, only good for a single stalk of blood. And by custom, when a new offering arrives, the previous one in the vessel has to be wiped clean immediately. And I'd fully intended to steal some. Then I thought about it. Li Wei has no reason to hide a second-tier fish. He must be guarding against something. So I wiped the vessel out completely and filled it with the quay's blood instead. And Master Li Cheng, who'd come over to give instructions, nodded when he saw the vessel already emptied. Keep the second-tier beast a secret. Don't tell the clansmen. The chieftain smuggled the monster into his own temple at night, took the blood away, and then produced a decoy animal at dawn so the tribe would see a normal hunt. He's hiding resources from his own people. And the 17-year-old thief read the situation, gave up the theft voluntarily, and cleaned the evidence before being asked. And got thanked for it. A day later, roar! And a beast's roar outside pulled the whole tribe out of the caves. A mountain-splitting quay, 6 jang, radiating heavy evil qi. And unlike our starving cousins in the flood, this one is powerful and fierce, and its scales and armor and fur are glossy. Thick chains through its neck and nose, running back into the hands of a martial artist sitting on its back. Tall, heavily muscled, nostrils pointing upward, and a faint trace of blood on his arm. Chieftain Li Wei, why aren't you receiving your guests? Heavenly Meridian Realm, Zhiyan Tribe. And the faint, unmistakable bloodlust coming off that man shut every mouth in every cave on this mountain. And Chieftain Li Wei came out and greeted him, putting his entire tribe behind his back. Wang Tao, the flood has only just passed. Instead of defending your own tribe from plague insects, what are you doing at my Zhiyan Tribe? And Wang Tao, sitting cross-legged on the back of a monster, looked around our caves, taking inventory of everything we own, and only looked away once the question landed. What could you possibly retrieve from the floodwaters? Beasts swept out by the flood belong to whoever catches them. It's a bit much for you to come here. How many wild beasts is Shang Huang short of, compared to you? And Wang Tao sneered. Chieftain Li Wei, I'll be frank. Have you seen fragments of a third-tier ironwood boat? Iron name wood boat? That's why the chieftain hid the fish. He didn't smuggle that blood away because he's greedy. He did it because he found wreckage from something that eats tribes, and he knew that somebody would come asking. He just didn't know it would be a heavenly meridian warrior riding a chained monster into his front yard 6 days later. Ask me again what a strong tribe does when it wants something from a weak one. And Chieftain Li Wei was stunned, eyes going wide. You built an ironwood boat? That's the tell. That's the whole balance of power in 4 words. Zhiyan. Can't cut iron wood. Shang Huang sailed in it, and Wang Tao jumped off his mount and walked around the chieftain, straight toward the caves. And as he walked, he pulled a smooth fang out of his pocket and stopped at the cave mouth and looked at the children. You little brats, tell me if you found any really big pieces of wood. Whoever says so gets this green fang wolf's fang. Wang Tao, you! The chieftain coming after him. Chieftain Li Wei, I'm just asking. If your tribe really found the wreckage, Shang Huang can exchange it for other resources. And he turned the fang over in his hand. Even if you keep it, you can't use it. How could you possibly cut through iron wood? Speak. And he looked back at the children. Come on, whoever speaks first gets it. We found some wood! Because a glossy beast fang is incredibly attractive to a child, and one of them started talking instantly, and his parents couldn't stop him even by clamping a hand over his mouth. Haha, tell me where you put it. And he kept dangling it. And he got the location immediately. Zhiyan has a cave specifically for storing firewood. Wang Tao walked straight in and came out shortly after. Because it's firewood. Of course it's firewood's firewood. Of course it's firewood. The actual ironwood is 5 zhang under the ancestors, in a hole the chieftain dug with his own hands because he doesn't trust anyone in this tribe to keep their mouth shut. And he was completely right. He was right within 6 days. He was right about a child. Chieftain Li Wei, Zhiyan can't handle third-tier ironwood. If you get any, hand it over and exchange it for resources from my Shang Huang. And he jumped back onto the quay and looked down at the chieftain. It's fine that you didn't find any before, but if you find ironwood next, don't hide it. Otherwise, it won't be good for either of our families. Then he pulled the reins, and a second-tier mountain-splitting quay blew evil chi out of its nostrils, turned, and galloped down our mountain. And inside the cave, smack, smack. The child who answered is getting spanked and bursting into tears. He didn't give me the fangs, wailing it. His words are like farts. He'd lie to a baby. He was never giving you a wolf fang, not even if we found it. The kid isn't crying because he betrayed the tribe. He's crying because he got scammed. And his mother's lesson isn't don't talk to strangers. It's that man's promise was worthless and you were a fool to believe it. Which, out here, is the same lesson. Clan leader. The mountain-opening men still in the tribe came out, and Li Wei waved them off. Disperse. Go about your business. Because they're all lower tribes, but there are differences between lower tribes. In the barren Juyue Mountains, where no upper authority reaches, Shang Huang is the most remote and unruly thing around. And Wang Tao, who just rode in and interrogated our children in our own front yard, has opened one more heavenly meridian that our chieftain has. There's nothing to be done. He's too powerful to touch. And Jie Jing walked back into the cave, and his attention was mostly on the mount. If I could eat that quay, I think I'd make mountain opening. A heavenly meridian warlord just humiliated his entire tribe, and the runt was doing calorie math on the man's horse. As expected of the clan leader, that weathered face has clearly not been unjustly earned. He predicted Shang Huang would come, which means that ironwood fragment is genuinely valuable. A Shang Huang heavenly meridian showed up at the door and left Zhiyan with nothing to say. Against someone that strong, there really is nothing to say. Play it safe. Hit back when the opportunity comes. And while the whole tribe was still buzzing about it, Jie Jing had already gone to lie on his stone bed and deduce the first-order blood formula. And this time, it went much easier because I forced the second-order formula through months ago, and I've studied the basics since. Having revisited the shaman doctor's path, you now possess a certain depth of understanding, and can immediately spot the problems in the witch medicine formula. The cauldron stopped insulting him. 80 years ago, it called him a fool with 6 of 7 orifices open. Now it says he can immediately spot the problems. He did the reading. Meanwhile, in the chieftain's cave, lamplight flickering, expression unreadable, and a hunched figure came in. Ah Wei. Li Jing and Li Bo both succeeded. They've advanced to mountain-cracking realm, and the old man couldn't hide his joy. May our ancestors protect us. First the improved tempering fist, then the improved plague formula. The tribe seems to have hit a stroke of great fortune. And the improved fist meant that every single man who attempted mountain cracking twice running succeeded. And hearing it, Chieftain Li Wei let out a breath. Here's the arithmetic, and it's the most important number in this recap. In 2 months, this tribe gained 5 mountain cracking and mountain opening warriors. Total martial artists at that tier, 18. The entire Zhiyan Tribe, babies included, is 2,177 people. Stone-splitting martial artists, 179. And of the original mountain opening men, 4 are elderly, like Elder Li Jin standing right there, whose power declined long ago. Even fighting with everything they have, those 4 can unleash mountain opening strength once. Once. Each. Ever. 2,000 people. 18 real warriors. 4 of whom are a single swing apiece. That's the entire military of the Zhiyan Tribe. And a man rode in this morning who is stronger than all of it. Zhiyan has no formal elder position, unlike most tribes. But of the 4 old mountain opening men, Elder Li Jin and Elder Li Long function as elders and help run things. The other 2 are simply exhausted. So the leadership of this tribe is Chieftain Li Wei, Li Jian, the hunt leader, Master Li Cheng, the temple keeper, Elder Li Jin, Elder Li Long. 5 people. Don't spread the news about Li Jing's advancement. Not yet. And Elder Li Jin nodded and left. The rain has stopped and the crisis has arrived. And in a crisis, there are opportunities. 5 new mountain opening warriors at once gave Chieftain Li Wei an opening. Because a major disaster is followed by a major epidemic. That's the accumulated experience of everyone who ever lived here. And even a prepared tribe gets infiltrated. The plague insect gets everywhere. Bad luck, and even the largest tribe suffers. And right now, Zhiyan has more mountain opening warriors than it did, and an improved plague formula. And if that formula is genuinely effective, no. If it's even slightly better than what the tribes around us have, that is an opportunity for the Zhiyan Tribe. The chieftain just independently arrived at exactly the plan Jie Jing had while lying on a stone bed talking to a cauldron. Survive the plague better than the neighbors. Then absorb them. Higher man knows the other one is thinking it. And here's the thing Wang Tao was actually doing. He didn't ride 3,000 miles just for boat fragments. He came to survey the neighborhood. If any tribe has gone weak, Shang Huang steps in. It's happened before. And why doesn't Shang Huang just take what it wants outright? Simple. Anyone who can found a tribe has heavenly pulse warriors. Take Li Wei. If Shang Huang genuinely moved on Zhiyan, he would spend his own life dragging one of their heavenly meridians down with him. And Shang Huang has several. They cannot afford to lose one. It makes absolutely no sense to trade a heavenly meridian for a broken tribe, so the correct play is to treat wounded tribes like wounded wild beasts and strike when the iron is hot. That's the great wilderness. Show weakness and you get devoured. That's why the chieftain hid the fish. That's why he hid the new warriors. That's why he buried the wood himself. He isn't hoarding, he's hiding the wound. His whole strategy against a superior power is, make sure they never see us bleed. And here's the scale gap stated plainly. Shang Huang is so powerful that with the floodwaters not even fully receded, they sent a heavenly meridian martial artist 3,000 miles. If Zhiyan wanted to scout, we could send mountain opening men, and to be safe, we'd cover 300 miles, maximum. 3,000 versus 300. And there are several tribes inside our little 300-mile circle. After 46 years of deduction, you have improved the first-order neutralizing witch medicine formula. Deduction complete. And in the West Ear Cave, I opened my eyes. As expected, there's a difference between a good student and a slacker. Easy this time. My brain barely hurt. I actually understand the pharmacology now. Realm, Stone splitting, 6 desolate powers. Shamanic path, Zhiyan Tribe shaman. Doctor, upgraded. 9 desolate powers is mountain opening. He's at 6. On jerky, altar leftovers, and a handful of leaves, and he just quietly improved the formula that decides whether A-Bao lives, the one A-Bao is next in line for. Ask me again what happens when the plague finally gets here. And when my thoughts wandered, I noticed something else. The whole shaman-doctor method has upgraded. Which makes sense. The Zhiyan legacy didn't have much in it to begin with, and I've now deduced both the neutralizing formula and the plague formula. It'd be strange if the overall discipline didn't improve. So here's where the tribe stands. New neutralizing formulas for both stone-splitting and mountain-opening blood, plus the improved Kui Ox Fist. The odds of a Zhiyan man surviving his own advancement have doubled. I no longer need to worry about how fast this tribe produces martial artists. And as for the finer prescriptions and techniques still coming, once Master Li Cheng retires and I'm the actual priest of this temple, implementing them gets much simpler. So I secretly wrote both neutralizing formulas onto a tattered hide, planning to find an opportunity to crack my ancestors open again. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare do it again next time. Because it's genuinely disrespectful to keep causing trouble for one's ancestors. He has now apologized to the dead more times than he has told a living person the truth. Ajing, eat first, then go into the tribe. And here's what my job actually looks like now. Everything Master Li Cheng used to do is in my hands. Go through the residences. Check the plague soup is being made properly. Replace the medicine kits that have lost potency. Verify every family has smoked their cave with mugwort. It takes almost a full day to inspect a place where 2,000 people live. Brother Jing, can I not drink it? Li Ming grabbed my sleeve the second I walked in. So without any politeness at all, I pinched his nose, took his medicine bowl, checked it wasn't too hot, and poured it down his throat. All right, go have fun. And every other child in that cave, having watched one of their own get nose-pinched and force-fed, drank theirs obediently. That's the plague protocol of the Zhiyan Tribe. 2,000 people, 1 boy, a nose. Brother Ajing, old temple keeper wants you back. Uncle Boulder's back from hunting. I knew Li Jian was out. I didn't expect that the moment he got home he'd be thinking of me. No, of my ancestors. As expected of the tribe's heavenly pulse warrior. So back at the temple, I was sharpening my knives, and Boulder brought in a first-tier mountain-splitting kuei, thin, like the last one. What genuinely surprised me was the second half of the night, because I'd gone to sleep, and got dragged out of bed. A bizarre dragon turtle, legs growing out of its belly, covered in wounds, barely breathing, lying in my temple. Ajing, quickly, perform the rites! Because ever since the ancestral tablets started splitting, this tribe has developed tremendous enthusiasm for ancestor worship. The high priest plundered a second-tier great wilderness species, the scaled black tortoise. Lifespan, 320 years. And after the ceremony, the beast, not even fully divided, got wrapped piece by piece in hide by Boulder and sent out in several batches. And the last second-tier beast went out of this temple the same way, and I still haven't heard of anyone in the clan advancing to mountain cracking. This one's going the same place. And the only person alive who could make Boulder do that is Chieftain Li Wei. Boulder said nothing. I didn't ask. I did my own thing. Second-tier beasts, the rarest thing this tribe ever gets, are walking out the back door at night, one parcel at a time, and not one warrior has advanced. Somebody is stockpiling, and it isn't the priest. And right then, Master Li Cheng came out with the neutralizing herbs, about to load the blood tank. And I hadn't gotten my new formula out yet. The last 2 times, I improvised. But the powder was already ground, so there was no way to swap it. Master, when I was cleaning the altars, I noticed one of the ancestral seats seems to have cracked again. And I strode straight for the altar and jumped up and picked an ancestor at random, and 6 desolate powers trembled, very slightly. Snap. Our ancestors have fallen out. And when Master Li Cheng came up, he found the neutralizing formula in his hands. Oh, and there are ancestors who split open abnormally. He needed a miracle on a deadline. So he walked over to the holiest object in his civilization, selected a founder by vibe, and popped him open like a vending machine. The clan leader came again. And Master Li Chung stared at that hide for a long, long moment, then carried the ground powder back to the east cave without a word. First, take the beast blood away. Li Wei immediately. And the trough went out of the temple fast. Master Li Chung? And the chieftain stood outside the east ear cave, pacing, wanting to go in and stopping himself, peering through the entrance. And the old man, who was practically lying on the table, finally looked up out of pure astonishment. It's the neutralizing formula. It's the neutralizing formula, both Tier 1 and Tier 2. Our ancestors have shown their power. And outside, the chieftain clapped his hands together and started rubbing them, and his lips twitched like he wanted to say something, and he didn't. He just rubbed his hands and paced back and forth. That's a Heavenly Meridian warlord, the man who stood alone in front of his whole tribe this morning while a stronger man interrogated his children. And tonight, he's outside a doorway, pacing, hands going, too happy to speak. Because his people just got twice as likely to survive becoming warriors. And the boy who did it is standing 4 feet away, saying nothing. "Aging, come get the herbs." And an ecstatic old man put me straight to work. And once they were prepared, the chieftain who'd been pacing at the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Powder ground, boulder returned, took them away. Next day, late at night again, called again. 2 black bears, 1 large, 1 small, bound hand and foot, fur disheveled, mouths strangled shut, lying half dead in my temple. And beside them, Chieftain Li Wei, clothes somewhat wet. "Ajing, come and pay respects to your ancestors." The priest plundered a first-tier Hunshan tiger, 81 years. The priest plundered a second-tier Hunshan tiger, 281 years. And afterward, same as before, Li Wei took away the blood, the meat, and even the sacrificial meat. First-tier mountain-splitting Kui, lifespan 87. Second-tier green fang wolf, lifespan 260. Note that name, green fang wolf. That's the fang Wang Tao was dangling in front of our children. The chieftain went out and killed one and didn't say a word about it. Several days running, Chieftain Li Wei came back with beasts every time the old and the weak and the women and the children were asleep. And every time, he also took the neutralizing herbs Master Li Chung had prepared. And even without overthinking it, I know, Chieftain Li Wei is in trouble. The man is going out alone, at night, into a wilderness that erased somebody else's tribe, coming home wet and wounded, hauling monsters he cannot possibly be fighting safely, and timing every arrival for when the children are asleep. He's not hiding it from Shang Huang anymore. He's hiding it from his own tribe. That night, Jie Jing didn't sleep. He waited up for Chieftain Li Wei to come back so he wouldn't get dragged out of bed again. Ask me again where a chieftain goes every night. And while waiting, on a flash of inspiration, I checked my balance. Lifespan, 1,317. A few days, over 1,000 years. At this rate, 2,000 isn't a dream. Because ever since I handed over the neutralizing formula, Chieftain Li Wei has gone incredibly ambitious, spending his days and nights out in those mountains. Understand the loop that's now running. The boy forges a miracle. The miracle makes the chieftain believe the ancestors are backing him. So the chieftain risks his life every night hunting monsters. And every monster lands on the boy's altar and pays him. He didn't get a golden finger. He built an economy. And the engine is one exhausted man's faith. And a number that big makes me genuinely eager to try deducing real witchcraft. Li Wei finally came back late that night, and he didn't look good. The plague insects have appeared. I saw several winged ones on a cliff 180 miles out. And having said it, he hurried straight back to his clan, and the quiet tribe went loud. On every hilltop around our territory, the logs they'd cut and dried went up, and bonfires were lit. Packets of artemisia went into the flames, and smoke mixed with medicine rose all around us. Before, with the rain stopped, it was just self-defense. Now, the plague insect has appeared, which means the plague is coming. Ajian. And the chieftain pulled Boulder close and spread out a simple local map. Mysterious waters, rocky cliffs, and a mountain behind, pointing at marks. Take your men and check the nearby tribes. If any tribe is infected, come back and report immediately. I've had the plague decoction prepared for you, and I've boiled several sets of clothes in it. Be careful on the road. Okay, I'll set off right away. And Boulder nodded, seemingly already knowing what this was for, and left fast. And Li Wei walked him to the cave mouth and looked up at the night sky and murmured, "May our ancestors bless the Zhiyan Tribe and bring it great prosperity." He isn't sending scouts to help those tribes. He's sending scouts to find out which of them is dying. And he boiled their clothes himself so they'd come back alive to tell him. The arrival of the plague insect means I can't lie down anymore. A shaman doctor has to check on people immediately, and Master Li Cheng is old, so naturally I step up. Busy until dawn. And fortunately, as a martial artist, I wasn't tired at all. And with the floodwaters gone, some of the tribe's houses reappeared on the flat ground below, buried in mud. Nobody has time to dig them out. At the temple entrance, a roaring bonfire, air thick with herbs. The ancestors are gods. Naturally, they don't fear plague. The temple keeper is a man, so I threw a handful of witch medicine on the fire, with my nose and mouth wrapped in a burlap scarf. So what exactly is a shaman doctor? Because I couldn't invent fine salt. And then I had a brilliant idea, have everyone wear masks, and it turns out shaman doctor already had some. Second time, modern man arrives with the future in his pocket, reaches for it, and finds these people already got there centuries ago by burying enough of each other to learn. The plague insect hasn't reached the tribe. I've never seen one. I don't want to. And Chieftain Li Wei sat cross-legged on the stone platform at the very top of the mountain, went up the moment the insects were spotted, and hasn't come down. And on the high rocks around him, clansmen with good eyes perched like monkeys, watching every direction. "Ajing, go rest. I'll keep watch." The old man coming out because for the tribe's shaman doctor, this is the most dangerous hour of his professional life. Because plague insects can sometimes be seen, and sometimes not. And if anyone develops high fever or fainting, they must be isolated at once. "Master, I'm in great spirits." And I sent him back because his weariness was visible. So I sat by the fire and unrolled a hide. And that hide records every plague the Zhiyan tribe has survived since its founding, each temple keeper writing down the general situation. Old data, unmodified formula, vague wording, but you can read the shape of it. Each plague killed between 10 and 20% of the tribe, and that's just the dead. The infected who needed to recover, 60 to 70%, which is the entire tribe taking a catastrophic hit. And whether it's death or infection, it's mostly the elderly and the weak. Unless a plague insect gets him directly, a martial artist survives a plague fairly easily. And that's exactly why Zhiyan still exists. The martial foundation never took the losses. The tribe kept its warriors and buried its grandparents and its babies, over and over, for 300 years, and called that a legacy. Plague insects fear fire and hate the smell of burnt witch medicine. Prepare properly and you reduce how many appear, and scatter them early. But once they come in large numbers, bonfires and herbs are not enough, and the tribe faces annihilation. And in that same hide, there's a note about a tribe called Tuan Shui, hit by plague insects. Their martial artists suffered heavy losses, and later they disappeared into the wilderness. And how does a tribe disappear exactly? They got swallowed by somebody else, obviously. A crisis is also an opportunity. If the improved formula genuinely works, if it keeps the insects off us, Zhiyan preserves more strength than anyone. And if a nearby tribe has bad luck, that's our opportunity. And putting everything else aside, A-Bao might finally find a strong woman to warm his bed. 2,000 lives hang on a recipe he forged, and his stated motivation, out loud in the middle of the analysis, is getting his enormous friend a date. Also, the chieftain brought back 3 second-tier beasts, and their blood went somewhere, and I don't know where. But I have a guess. Being the clan leader is mentally exhausting. It's easier to serve our ancestors. 5 days. Eating, drinking, and relieving himself in front of the campfire, because per the clan records, the fastest anyone ever got infected was the day after the insects appeared. 5 days now, and everything is still normal. And I check the tribe daily. Everyone's in good spirits, and everyone reeks of witch medicine like they've been marinated, which is proof the improved formula is working. And Chieftain Li Wei is still up there like a guardian, gaze sharp, sweeping his surroundings, with excitement and dread fighting it out in his chest. 5th day. The witch medicine formula our ancestors left us really works. In a year of great calamity, if the Zhiyan tribe's strength does not decline, that is the same as growing. And the tribe's strength has genuinely improved, because he hunted 3 second-tier beasts in the dark and drew 5 slots of blood and successfully advanced 4 more clansmen, including Li Jing and the other 2 who advanced in secret. The clan now has 6 new mountain-cracking martial artists. All of it done quietly. Only a few people know. While Wang Tao rode home confident he'd surveyed a dying little tribe, Zhiyan quietly grew its warrior class by a third, at night, with the medicine locked in a cave. And out there, on the desolate land the flood left behind, countless tiny black insects like dots are coming up out of the standing water in the depressions. And in the remote corners of the mountains, the massive skeleton of a wild beast lies half buried in mud, and its body is rising and falling. That's what a plague insect nest looks like from the outside. The corpse is breathing. But within a few miles of Zhiyan, every pond has long since been filled in, and every rotting carcass has been burned to ash. And on the mud, a dozen tribesmen in robes boiled in medicine, faces wrapped in several layers of hemp, medicine smell filling every breath. And it's broad daylight, and every one of them is carrying a torch, specially made, releasing heavy medicinal smoke as it burns. And each man is loaded down, kerosene, herbs, firewood, bows and arrows, machetes, bulging with it. The purpose of the trip is to track the plague insect's movements. Brother Tiger, plague insect! Ask me again what these people carry a torch in daylight for? Because a buzzing started in the air, and the group snapped alert and found the source instantly. Dozens of fist-sized plague insects, transparent wings catching the sun, coming in from a distance. And Li Kang had everyone form a circle, backs inward, arrows knocked, rockets ready the second they close. And before the order to fire came, the plague insects circled a few times, turned, and flew off in another direction. The witch medicine is working! Because he realized it immediately. The men stink of medicine, and every one of them is holding a torch. And that combination scared them off. Report to the clan chief, and give chase! We do not let these things escape toward our territory. A day later, in a low undulating stretch, torches flickering, air thick with herbs. Clan chief, they came from the south. We tracked them a full day and found no other groups. Everything we shot down, we burned. The rest have gone far away. And Li Kang pointed at a patch of charred ash. Here's why that matters. When a plague breaks, the winged insects come first, and they cross mountains and valleys. They can appear anywhere. There is no guarding against them. And because they fly, once they find a suitable breeding ground, they reproduce and grow fast. For a tribe, defending against this is genuinely luck. So finding no large-scale infestation after a flood this long means Zhiyan is doing well, though the tribe's preparations did most of it. They cut off the breeding grounds before the insects arrived. Clan chief, the witch medicine the temple keeper set up is really effective. They smell it and they leave. Everybody chasing insects for a full day had now seen it with their own eyes, and everybody had something to say about it. Continue the inspection. Days after, more sightings kept coming in. The closest, 3 miles from our territory. It smelled the smoke, circled a few times, and flew off. And inside the tribe, some children and some of the weaker people developed symptoms. So every family in an affected cave got moved out and resettled in caves cut into another mountain. And besides drinking the medicine, they added fumigation and medicinal baths. And I came out of a quarantine cave with A-Bao behind me, a giant bear of a man carrying my herbs, and saw Chieftain Li Wei coming toward us from a distance. A-Bao, take the herbs back first. Brother A Jing, I can just hand them to Master or Grandpa Chung, right? Unsuspecting. Completely. And I nodded because it was obvious the clan leader had something to say to me. A Jing, our ancestors protected our tribe from the plague insects. But this time, the number of people in our tribe who have been openly infected is a bit small. Clan leader, what do you mean by that? Did I cause a problem by working too hard? Snap. Oh, because I'm the temple keeper. I'm the shaman doctor's successor. There's a plague on. And what is Jie Jing's mouth? If I say you're sick, you're sick. Yes, you're infected, quarantine required, and not one clansman suspected a thing. The chieftain didn't give an order. He made an observation about a number and let a 17-year-old fill in the rest. And the 17-year-old filled it in instantly. So over the following days, inspecting the tribe, I examined everyone carefully and isolated anyone who looked a bit listless. And along with them, their neighbors. Within a few days, the infected count passed 300, and it kept climbing. And with that many people suddenly plague struck, the rest of the tribe naturally panicked, and I kept going. Because I'd read the plague records. This is nothing. Per the chieftain's instructions, the damage this time should at least not look much worse than before. A few days later, I had nearly 500 people isolated, almost a quarter of the tribe. And I wasn't idle while doing it. Every cave I emptied got fumigated with witch medicine and then handed to the remaining clansmen to relieve the overcrowding. And going forward, I plan to grab a few more infected every few days to complete the task the clan chief gave me. Then I glanced up at the chieftain on his mountain and headed for the temple. 500 perfectly healthy people marched into caves and told they have the plague, and their families are terrified. And the healthy ones just got more room. And nobody is sick. Nobody is going to die. And on the hilltop, Chieftain Li Wei was very satisfied with the number. He grasped it immediately. The younger generation in this clan is quite intelligent. What a pity. And he sighed. Such a bright child. And such poor martial arts talent. His constitution is too weak. He's practiced Kui Ox Fist for so long and his physique is still that frail. Even with the improved technique, it's uncertain whether he can ever become a martial artist. Still, temple keeper or not, Master Li Chung says he has some talent at shaman doctor. He can stay in the tribe and live a stable life. The chieftain is pitying him. He's standing on a mountain grieving that the cleverest boy he has is too weak to ever amount to anything, and consoling himself that at least the kid can have a quiet life indoors. And that boy is stone-splitting, 6 desolate powers, and climbing weekly on jerky. And the reason he calls him brilliant is this. A few days ago, he mentioned it once, and A-Jing understood the whole idea and took it seriously and treated the quarantined tribesmen as though they were genuinely infected. If it were one of the stubborn ones in this tribe, and I said more people would be infected, they'd have jumped up and argued with me, because there's no way around it. If it works too well, other tribes, well, Shang Huang will try to take it, and he's worried Wang Tao is still wandering the area, hunting for ironwood. There it is. That's the whole play. The formula works so well the tribe is untouched, and an untouched tribe in a plague year is a prize. So the chieftain is manufacturing casualties, faking a wound so the wolf doesn't smell strength. 500 healthy people are hiding in caves as camouflage. A-Jing, come and eat. And back at the temple, the old man had already cooked. I never expected the boy to be able to stand on his own after only a few months. A bit fast, but really well done. And after eating, I went and practiced Kui Ox Fist, because busy or not, I haven't neglected cultivation. Then I lay down on the stone bed. Divination magic. And this isn't the first attempt. I've been chewing on it for over 1,000 years of lifespan. The effect has not been good. You spent 3 years meditating. You have not a single grain of rice in your palm, yet you want to cook a pot of food for everyone? Are you trying to get something for nothing, brother? You haven't baited your hook in 3 years and you still want to catch fish? At least give me some bait. Invest 100 years. Continue developing. Deduction failed. You don't understand witchcraft at all. Reverting lifespan. A tree without roots cannot reach the sky. Empty words cannot express profound truths. Please, stop pushing this. And Jie Jing opened his eyes and spat. Because this is not the first time the sacrificial tripod has been that foul-mouthed. The cauldron just begged him to stop. It called him a man trying to cook rice he doesn't have and fish with no bait, and then it refunded him and asked to be left alone. And it's right, and he knows it. He genuinely doesn't know what witchcraft is. and imagining it out of thin air is worthless, the same way you can't imagine an emperor's wine pools and meat forests, or how his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards work, or whether they'd all sleep under one quilt. You look at mountains and water and the sun, and mountains are just mountains, and water is just water. You can't grasp a single secret. That's the wall. The cauldron can improve anything he already has. Give it a bad fist, it makes a great fist. Give it a bad medicine, it makes a great medicine. Give it nothing, and it gives him nothing back. It's not a wish machine. It's a magnifying glass. And there has to be something under it. It seems I still need to find some incomplete rubbings, even a single character, even one symbol. Ask me again what one symbol is worth to a man with 1,000 years to spend. So he closed his eyes and went to sleep on it. Look for it slowly, after the plague. The cauldron is right. He doesn't know any witchcraft at all, which is fishing where there are no fish. If he had a pile of witchcraft in front of him, he could comprehend it however he liked. He just isn't at the point of fabricating things out of thin air. Then his eyes snapped open. Deriving witchcraft from the shaman doctor's path. Deduction failed. Lifespan returned. And Jie rolled over and went straight to sleep, because he has a temper too. He tried to sneak it through the back door by arguing that both words contain witch. The cauldron said no. Unable to fabricate witchcraft out of nothing, Jie had no choice but to honestly become a shaman doctor. And the modified formula was very effective. Everyone with genuine symptoms got stabilized, decoctions, medicinal baths, fumigation. Only the very old members of the clan did not survive. And the dead elders were cremated inside the cave, and their dwelling burned severely by the same flames. A month passed in a blink. More than 30 new divine seats have been added to the ancestral temple. And when new seats appear, the divided soul positions get moved off the main altar to the side altars. Because on the main altar of the Zhiyan Tribe, apart from the blank seat and a few founding ancestors, even the clan chief gets moved aside eventually. 30 new gods. In a month. In one small tribe. That's what a successful plague looks like here. And the altar has a rotation policy, because there isn't room. Even the man on the mountain right now, who hasn't slept in weeks and is hunting monsters at night to feed his people, he gets moved to the side eventually too. That's the deal. Everybody gets moved to the side. And through that month, I never gave up on witchcraft, hammering at it from the tribe's shaman doctor legacy. Shaman doctor, witchcraft. Both contain the word witch. I refuse to believe I can't deduce it. Tried again and again. Failed repeatedly. Then one day I came out of a quarantine cave and heard beasts roaring in the distance, and squinted. Same guy as last time, riding a tall, powerful, mountain-splitting Kui thundering at our territory. And Chieftain Li Wei went out to meet him from a distance. If the Shanghuang tribe wants to take advantage of a plague in my tribe, don't blame me for fighting to the death. That's his opening line. Sharp-eyed, body in the road, before the man is even off the animal. And Wang Tao sat up there looking Duyan over and glanced particularly at the small hill with the isolation caves on it. The camouflage is working. He's counting 500 plague victims and doing arithmetic. Taking this place means taking the infection, and the survivors are ordinary people, and the losses would be huge. The bait is a quarter of the tribe pretending to be dying, and the wolf just priced it and passed. Zhiyan Tribe is lucky. You didn't catch the plague insect craze. Thanks to the protection of our ancestors. Indifferent, wary expression still on his face. Chieftain Li Wei, don't be so nervous. We all make our living in the same mountains. My Shanghuang tribe is not a tribe that takes advantage of others in distress. And whether the chieftain believed a word of it, I'm here for the same reason as last time. Did Zhiyan really not get any ironwood fragments? Didn't you have it checked last time? Do you want to check again? The floodwaters have been down a while. Grass and trees are coming back. The plague looks about done. Every tribe will resume hunting. And he didn't dismount. It doesn't matter whether you found fragments in the flood. If you find any while hunting, you can exchange them with Shanghuang. Chieftain Li Wei, I'm here to inform you. If your people find fragments and hide them, and Shanghuang finds out, don't blame us for being impolite. The ironwood boat is something Shanghuang is determined to have. Anyone who keeps it for himself shouldn't blame us for disregarding past relationships. A heavenly meridian martial artist. Zhiyan Tribe afford to lose one? Farewell. And he rode off. Zhiyan afford to lose one. They have exactly one man standing in front of him. That's not a threat about war, it's a threat about arithmetic. You have one, we have several. Do the sum. And Jie watched him go and noticed that in all of that, he never once heard an actual exchange of benefits. Only coercion. Having a mount doesn't make you any better. You'll get trampled to death sooner or later. A wrecked ship. And it hit him. Shang Huang coming back was a reminder, because he remembers the fragment. It was decorated with animal patterns. On a ship built from third-tier ironwood, were there artifacts related to witchcraft left behind? And once that thought landed, he became increasingly uncontrollable, wanting to go dig that timber out immediately. Because a third-tier ironwood vessel presumably belongs to the Lingyu tribe. And if it's genuinely Lingyu, the probability of witchcraft on it is quite high. Which makes Shang Huang knocking on our door look completely normal. Because perhaps Shang Huang already has more of that ship, and has gained, or seen, significant benefit from it. Which is why they mobilized a heavenly meridian martial artist before the floodwaters had even receded, and sent him across mountains and fields, coercing and bribing everyone he meets. The bait was never the wood. Somebody upstream cracked a piece of that ship open and saw what's inside, and now a heavenly meridian warrior is going door to door in a play gear. And the whole time, it's been 5 zhang under the Zhiyan ancestors. Meanwhile, up on his mountain, Li Wei was thinking too. Wang Tao coming back underscores how important that boat is. And as for exchanging, we've been neighbors for hundreds of years. Everyone knows everyone's character. If Shang Huang offered something genuinely useful, that'd be one thing, but they will not give away a single item that could strengthen another clan. I wonder how the investigation is going. Because Boulder has been gone a month, and there's been no news at all, and that worries him quite a bit. Because although the intention was to take advantage of other tribes' misfortune, the mountains are fraught, and the risk was too great. He sent his best man out to find a dying tribe, and now his best man is a month overdue. Wang Tao's visit didn't stir much because everyone's mind is on the plague, and I kept isolating clansmen as usual, and thanks to the medicine and no large-scale insect attack, the symptoms across this tribe have been under my control from the very beginning. That night, the work finally finished, and after a glance at the sleeping master Li Cheng, Jie quietly approached the ancestral altar and took down the Luan saber, the holy knife used only for offering meat to the dead, and used it as a digging tool. And it wasn't his first day digging. Because that pile of earth and rock behind the altar looks like a collapse. It isn't. The outside is for show. Dig in a certain distance and gaps appear between the rocks. Outer cover off, and there was the small hole from before. Slid inside in a flash, and it's a natural karst cave inside the mountain. No signs of excavation at all, air a bit muffled. And the torch found the iron wood immediately. And those animal patterns he'd never looked at closely, now he examined them bit by bit. They're more like fish scale patterns. So he tied the torch to his head and started copying them down. And when he finished and compared them, he found that the scales, connected, are actually a bit eerie, like some kind of strange symbols. Fish scales. The Lingyu tribe. Spirit fish. Their ships are covered in decorative scales, and the decoration is writing, and it's been sitting in the dark under this mountain the whole time. Then he climbed out and blocked the path back up. Forgive me, ancestors, and bowed to the altar, unilaterally forgave himself, and put the Luan saber back exactly where it belongs. We always take from our ancestors and never thank them. From now on, we should try our best to keep them intact. He robbed them with their own holy knife and apologized on their behalf, and then made a resolution to be better, which he has now made 4 times. And he patted the hide in his arms and went back to his cave satisfied. And that cave is now full of hide scrolls and witch medicine, all of it from Master Li Cheng. So he changed his robe, and by the light of an oil lamp, spread the copied patterns on the stone table, and examined them carefully. Ask me again what a fish scale says. The pattern's incomplete, but it's clearly a wild beast. Whether it's a fish or a beast, I genuinely can't tell. The winding lines look somewhat like fish scales, which proves nothing, by the way. In the great wilderness, there's no clean line between birds and beasts, scaled things and insects. Beasts grow fish scales, fish grow fur. The whole fragment is the outer hull. The parts that sat underwater have gone dark and ensure from the soaking. The upper part is slightly white, the pattern mottled and faded. So Jie sat behind that stone table staring at his copy, trying to burn the whole thing into his mind. You've spent 10 years of lifespan studying unknown beast markings. After 10 years, you've gained nothing. And on the bed, his eyes opened, clear as a college student in a previous life. 10 years, not a sound. And this time, the sacrificial tripod didn't make any sarcastic remarks. That's the tell. The cauldron mocks him every single time. Pig. Fool. 6 of 7 orifices. Stop pushing this. That thing has never once passed up an opportunity. 10 years for nothing, and it said nothing. We found the right approach. His eyes darted around, and he understood immediately. Again. You stared at the beast pattern for 10 years, your eyes burning with desire. You still gained nothing. You stared for 20 years, copying it repeatedly, trying to see the mystery. You always felt it was just a vague concept. You start to wonder if you're overthinking, if you can really deduce witchcraft from a random animal pattern. In the 22nd year, you begin to doubt that you're a genius. So you simply start copying. Once, twice, 100 times, 100 times. The cave is piled high with hides. No inspiration comes. In the 37th year, you stop copying, and the deduction ends. Can deduce. You stubborn fool. Here you go again. There it is. There's the voice back. And notice what it's actually saying now. It isn't, you're an idiot. It's, oh, you're doing this again. From something that has watched him do this before and knows exactly how it ends. Stubborn bastard. Today marks the 100th anniversary of your copying animal patterns. A century of copying, and a sudden flash of inspiration. You try to grasp it, you can never catch it. You don't lose heart, you start copying again, and finally you seize it. The pattern is covered in dense scale runes, meandering like a stream, sometimes turbulent, sometimes calm, sometimes splashing, all of it conveying the power of water. It's not decoration, it never was. Those scales are runes, and the thing they've been saying this whole time, sitting in the mud, sitting under an altar, sitting in the dark, is water. You spend another 10 years gradually understanding the essence of the winding pattern, which seems to possess the profound mystery of riding and controlling water. Another years pass, and in the process of your copying, that profound meaning finally transforms in your hands into a crooked, twisted character. At the same time, you find this character too simplistic, so you choose to keep going, but your brain is a bit tired, so the deduction ends here. And in the cave, Jie looked at the rune he'd just written on the hide, rubbing his dizzy head. Witchcraft, water control, completely incomplete, not even beginner. It wasn't easy, but we finally got it. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Hopefully it gets easier once you have a start. Do the arithmetic on what that just cost. 160 years of stolen life spent staring at a decoration, going insane in a cave, doubting himself, copying the same drawing 10,000 times to produce one badly drawn letter in a language nobody in his tribe has ever heard of. And the cauldron says it's too simplistic. Then he erased the rune and destroyed the copied pattern. Not because he's wary of his own people, because of outsiders. The Shanghuang people are domineering. They act more like they're at home in Zhiyan Tribe than in their own. What if they barge in and ransack the place? The probability is very small. We should still take precautions. And while cleaning the temple, I ran into Master Li Cheng. Ajing, you look tired. I'll do the inspection today. Master, no need, I can handle it. So after the meal, I went out as usual and checked the plague across the tribe. Busy during the day, practicing witchcraft at night. 3,000 miles away, blazing sunlight, a layer of brilliance across tall trees, and an enormous mountain range, mostly cleared and leveled. Half of it caves, the other half undulating stone palaces and houses. The whole tribe sits on high ground. The flash floods never touched them. And surrounded by those halls is a huge cavern, and inside it a fire pit thick with burning artemisia. And pieces of broken iron wood of every size leaning against the wall. Every fragment has animal patterns on it. And a thin old man with his head almost touching one, brows furrowed, nostrils flaring. The spirit fish tribe is mysterious and vast, truly unfathomable. I can't see through it. I just can't see through it. And inside that cave, pieced together from many broken pieces, there's a large-scale reconstruction. A strange fish-like creature with 4 limbs. And at the head of the fish, a blurry human face. And that pattern alone confirms where this ship came from. The spirit fish. A powerful tribe of the upper Juyue Mountains, a place every other tribe out here has only ever heard of. A large tribe with the divine treasure realm at its head. Things you can't understand yourself are probably quite common on the Lingyu tribe. Stop and look at the 2 rooms we're cutting between. Shanghuang, a stone city, a heavenly meridian chieftain, over a dozen fragments, a reconstructed hull, and the most authoritative shaman in the region staring at it for 2 months and getting nothing. Zhiyan, 1 boy, 1 piece of wood, a stolen torch, a headache, and he has the word. Wang Jie withdrew his gaze and sat by the fire to think. 2 months since the first fragment, more than a dozen found since, studying them daily, gaining nothing. And as the tribe's temple keeper and shaman doctor, he'd brought in every young person in the tribe to look at it themselves. None of them could see anything mysterious about it. Come to think of it, I'm the most authoritative shaman in this entire tribe. If I can't see it, it's normal that they can't either. And as for the other tribes nearby, they learned to carve iron wood fragments into wooden spears. Witchcraft? At most, they'll make a pill. That's how the region sees a piece of that ship. Priceless writing from a civilization nobody's ever met, and the neighbors whittled it into sticks. Ah, Falcon. Go ask the clan leader if any new fragments have been found. Because he can't discern the key, so all he can hope for is more. Piece together most of the hull, make the pattern more complete, and maybe inspiration comes. And a burly man walked in. Uncle, have you found anything? No. Witchcraft is a supernatural art, derived from the divine ability of the great wilderness. How can it be discerned just by looking at it? That's Wang Ping, chieftain of the Shanghuang tribe. He's not wrong. You cannot get witchcraft by staring at a decoration. That is a completely correct statement about how reality works. It's just that 3,000 miles south, there's a 17-year-old who spent 160 years of a fish's life staring at it anyway. I've sent Wang Tao and Huang Shang out searching. 1 south, 1 north. New fragments come straight back to the tribe. Nobody in this area can steal them from me. And the old man nodded. We need the broken section of that boat as soon as possible. And if we can find the person who steered it, we might find the real remains of the wizard. They're not just hunting wreckage, they're hunting a body. Somewhere out there is a dead shaman from a tribe nobody has ever seen, and whatever is on him, Shanghuang intends to have it. Because from what they've assembled, it's clearly a spirit fish, a rare and exotic creature of the great wilderness. And only the spirit fish tribe uses it as a family name. And the spirit fish are more than 10,000 miles above this place. Even if a Lingyu ironwood boat broke apart, the odds of it drifting this far on a flood are very low. Which leaves one possibility. A Lingyu tribe ironwood boat broke down in the nearby mountains. Sit with that. Something from 10,000 miles away, from a tribe with a divine treasure realm at its head, came here. And broke. And the tribes down here are arguing about the splinters while whatever broke it is still out there in those mountains. And Boulder has been gone a month. Don't worry, I've sent people. If a wizard of the upper spirit fish died nearby and he had witchcraft on him, it's ours. Look around. Besides me, Shanghuang, who else is even qualified to control witchcraft? And Wang Ping's big eyes shone. Because the difference between upper and lower isn't only martial arts. It's the shamanic path. Shanghuang has 500 years of history, and being granted the shamanic path is the long-cherished wish of every clan shaman and every clan chief they've ever had. 5 centuries of longing, generation after generation of that tribe wanting one thing. And who else is even qualified is going to age like milk, because the answer is a tea house waiter's understudy in a cave 3,000 miles south who got it last Tuesday and then burned the evidence. Zhiyan Tribe. Inside the cave, Jie lay on the stone bed with his eyes closed. You devoted another 30 years to repeatedly copying the animal patterns, letting your heart guide your hands, and captured a wisp of spirit as elusive as a swimming fish. 1 day left of being nobody. Ask me what a stubborn bastard does with a wisp of spirit. Diff-Wisp complements the runes you've already comprehended. The spiritual energy seems perfectly natural. 50 years later, pursuing the essence of that spirit, the second rune is naturally created by you. The two runes intertwine, like ripples on water, waves surging and shimmering. And he opened his eyes. Lifespan, 1011. Deducing witchcraft is genuinely hard. Over 300 years to get here, and only in pieces. Worth it, because the two witch talismans, the shamanic scripts, are now imprinted in his mind. Instantly, permanently. The results are proven. Time to go all in. Sacrificial tripod. Give me 1,000 years of it. And inside the tripod, a phantom sat cross-legged, and a commotion went through his mind. Stubborn one, you're starting to be stubborn. That's not an insult anymore. That's recognition. The thing has watched him do this enough times to know what's about to happen. You have dedicated 1,000 years of lifespan, hoping to deduce the complete water-controlling magic. You have mastered 2 runes and captured some of water's mysteries in the shamanic script. You continue along those mysteries. The whole process is tedious and complicated. When you're determined and frustrated, you copy animal patterns. Hard work pays off. You keep producing the 3rd, the 4th, and so on. As the number of scripts grows, the shimmering light you perceive becomes increasingly dazzling. You have deduced the 9th shamanic script. The 9, initially arranged in a single line, change. Amid the shimmering water, all 9 move in unison and automatically rearrange themselves. Reassembled, the 9 scripts interconnect, and a strange, wild beast vaguely appears before your eyes. Human face, fish body, 4 legs. At first glance, it seems very flimsy, just a shell with nothing inside. And you immediately realize you've seen this, on the ironwood fragment, part of the fish body of the beast in front of you. Except the strange beast before you hasn't grown its scales yet. Congratulations! After 573 years, you have successfully mastered the Ling Yu water control technique. The writing was a picture of itself. 9 letters, assembled correctly, become the animal. The scales on that hole weren't decoration or text, they were both, and the text draws the thing that the picture shows, and the picture teaches the text. 10,000 miles away, somebody built a language where the alphabet is the animal, and the shaman of Shanghuang has been sniffing at it for 2 months, 3 feet from his own nose. Inside the cave, Jie plunged his palm straight into the earthenware jar he drinks from, and the water became a stream and wrapped around his wrist. And as he lifted his hand, the water crawled up him like a transparent little snake, wrist, forearm, shoulder, and lingered there, moving on his body. First magic in the history of the Zhiyan Tribe, performed at 4 a.m. alone in a storage cave on the drinking water. And manipulating water flow is a small trick. Witchcraft holds too many variations. Different sequences of shamanic script produce entirely different phenomena, and he's known that for years now. 300 years to reach one script, 570 to comprehend the technique, nearly 1,000 to develop it. Jie felt it was all worth it. It seems simple now because I already know how to do it, and he has a feeling the Ling Yu water control technique is a very large system, and he's dug out a small part of it. Because there are more than 9 scripts. He knows that because the spirit fish he summoned came out slightly blurry, and it's not that the fish is an illusion, it's that what he's deduced so far can only vaguely form its phantom. Spirit fish. It really is something from the upper level, to float this far. That thing from up there is too tough. And his thoughts went back to the ship itself. No wonder Shanghuang came twice to coerce and entice a tribe this small. And now he's increasingly convinced Shanghuang has more fragments. Because more fragments means more patterns. And if he had more patterns, he wouldn't have needed to burn so much lifespan comprehending it. Perhaps someone in Shanghuang is trying to comprehend it too, though it's unknown whether they have the talent to be a genius like me. He said that, out loud, in his own head. The man who spent 570 years and went feral and copied a doodle 10,000 times and got mocked by his own cauldron for a century has concluded he might be naturally gifted. Then he walked out because it's almost dawn and it's time to clean up after his ancestors. And after that, patrol. He cannot relax until the plague is over. I wonder how long the clan chief plans to keep quarantining people. The clan chief is a cunning old fox, muttered into the rising sun, walking out of the temple. And it wasn't a complaint, it was great joy. Because from the iron wood, to the hidden beast blood, to the fake quarantine, it's clear the clan chief has been guarding against outside eyes the entire time. He's very old-fashioned about doing things. That's genuine admiration, by the way. The boy forging miracles in the dark just looked at the man running a counterintelligence operation with sticks and mud and thought, that's a professional. At noon, coming out of the isolation cave, he looked into the distance and saw people approaching from outside tribal territory. Boulder! I just remembered. I haven't seen Uncle Boulder in a month. The tribe's prospective heavenly meridian, the hunt leader, second only to the chieftain himself, hasn't shown his face once since the flood receded. What were they doing? And then he looked up at the mountain, where Chieftain Li Wei stands like a waiting-for-husband rock. There's a problem. So he muttered to himself, went back to the temple, and devoured the lunch Master Li Cheng had made, then went and threw Kui Ox Fist. He noticed the anomaly, diagnosed it, and went to eat. Because it's not his tribe to run, he's got a job, the chieftain's got a job, the lunch is hot. You mean the other nearby tribes are doing well? None of them were hit by the plague insect? Inside the cave, Li Wei looked at a boulder worn out from a month on the road, with regret, helplessness, and resentment all fighting on his face. Because witch medicine held Zhiyan's strength through a plague. 3 new mountain-cracking warriors officially, 6 more in secret, which effectively doubled the tribe's mountain-opening combat power. My knife is so sharp it's practically falling apart. Sigh. How come nobody around here dropped anything? And he clutched his chest and took a long time to recover. He sharpened the best blade this tribe has ever had, and there is nothing to cut. And once Boulder was sent to rest, Li Wei let out a long breath and shook his head. I've been suppressed too long. Our ancestors showed their power, our strength jumped, and I got eager to expand. But there aren't that many bargains lying around. Because Boulder checked several nearby tribes, and although all of them caught the plague, their martial artists came through mostly fine. So even to move, he'd have to target a tribe already on the verge of collapse. I still have some unrealistic expectations. And then he found the mistake in his own plan. Even if there's nothing to scavenge, the tribe still has to develop. Because every natural disaster hits the wild beasts too. 120 days of rain, flash floods across an enormous area. And now the water's down, and every beast that hid is coming out to hunt. Starved, ferocious, violent. They'll fight savagely over food. And naturally, many wild beasts will be injured. And every tribe out here seizes exactly that window to hunt once the plague eases. I made a mistake. I only thought about our own kind. I forgot about the beasts. He spent a month scouting humans for weakness, and the actual gold was the entire ecosystem tearing itself apart outside his door. The tribe has the improved Kui Ox Fist and the neutralizing formula. As long as there's beast blood, this is a great time to develop. And with martial artists, how could our tribesmen still worry about finding wives? There it is again. Same thought as Jie Jing independently. The chieftain's vision of victory for his people is, the boys can get married. And with rain this long, even the third-tier beasts must have been affected. If a wounded third-tier beast can be found, Boulder might advance to Heavenly Meridian, and I could try to break through again myself. Thankfully, it's not too late, because this past month the plague was rampant, and keeping the tribe alive mattered more than hunting, and even going out meant sending a handful of men to look around. Call Boulder. And then he realized what he'd just done, and simply walked out of the cave himself. He almost sent a man who just walked a month straight back out. Ben remembered he was a person and went to go find him instead. In a cave on a secluded mountain, a bonfire in the pit, and Boulder's wife was boiling witch medicine and pouring the finished broth into a stone trough, the broth cascading down over the volcano himself, air thick with medicine. "Clan chief, what brings you here?" Because Li Jian opened his eyes to find the chieftain standing outside while his wife had already stepped out of the ear cave. And Chieftain Li Wei took over the fire, took the job of tending it and boiling the medicine, and gestured for Boulder to stay in the trough and keep soaking. "When you were checking the nearby tribes, passing through the mountains, did you see any wild beasts?" The chieftain of the tribe is kneeling at a fire, boiling a man's medicine so the man doesn't have to get out of the bath, because the man walked 1,000 miles for him and came home hurt. That's the interview. That's how the most important strategic conversation in this tribe's history gets conducted. One more day of being a small tribe. Ask me what a hungry wilderness owes a man with a sharp knife. Yes, but the quantity isn't large. Because Boulder was out there over a month and he saw plenty of things with a plague insect on them. Take 2 days off. I'm putting you in charge of a hunting party. At minimum, bring back beast blood. And the chieftain poked at the fire with a stick. Hunting beasts is secondary. What matters is whether we can find an injured third-tier beast. You've been mountain opening a long while now. It's time to use this chance and try to break through to Heavenly Meridian. Even if it fails, it'll be experience, preparation for the next attempt. And if you want a third-tier beast, you'll have to go deep into the mountains. Be careful. Since the clan leader orders it, I'll leave tomorrow. Who am I taking? After you left, 4 more of our people advanced to mountain opening. You'll have enough manpower. That's the whole speech. Go into the deep mountains, the place we don't go, the place that ate the tribe whose corpses floated past our door, and find something wounded enough to kill and strong enough to make you a god. And if you fail, that's fine. It's practice. And Boulder said, okay. That night, deductions finished, Jie lay down to rest. Because inventing witchcraft through the tripod is a great drain on the mind. But after every deduction, once he recovers, he feels even more energetic. And he's getting increasingly skilled at actually performing what he's understood. And since finishing water control, he's hit a bottleneck. 50 to 80 years of lifespan a day spent with nothing coming out. Except, even when nothing comes out, it doesn't hurt him the next day. On the contrary, he can sense his mental momentum improving. Same as eating and throwing Kui Ox Fist builds chi, spending lifespan on deduction builds the mind. And lifespan keeps landing daily. He's already up to the 13th shamanic script in the spirit fish system. 9 scripts summoned a blurry fish. He's at 13 and still going, and the failures cost him nothing, because failure is the training now. Then he heard a noise in the cave. And then Master Li Cheng's voice from the East Ear Cave, and someone exchanging a few low words with him. Ironwood. Very soft. He still heard it. And not long after, commotion behind the altar. Very subtle. He perceived it clearly. This feeling is very mysterious. You just hear it. He thinks it might be mental energy. And he already knows who it is. Chieftain Li Wei, digging into the hidden cave. I wonder what mischief the clan chief is up to in the shadows. And though he was a little curious, Jie didn't get up. He rolled over and went back to sleep. The most secret operation in the tribe is happening 8 feet from his bed, and he can hear every scrape of it through solid rock now. And he's bored. And what Li Wei was doing down there? He went to the iron wood. Because he's the only man in this entire tribe capable of cutting it. And he planned to forge iron wood spears to boost his martial artist's combat power when they find a third-tier beast. So he inspected the fragments and got to work. Wang Tao's exact words, even if you keep it, you can't use it. How could you possibly cut iron wood? One man can. And he's doing it at 3 a.m., alone, 5 zhang under his own ancestors, so that his people have a chance against a monster. Next morning, Master Li Cheng reminded me not to tell anyone what the clan chief did in the temple, lest the clansmen spread rumors. I nodded, ate, and went to check on people. And as time went on, the plague began to subside, and the tribe's martial artists came out of the caves to start digging out the stone temples and houses the flood buried at the foot of the mountain. Because when there's no disaster on, the human race still prefers to live in houses. The caves are deep, damp, and cold, and going up and down the mountain is a nuisance. And the largest stone building at the foot of that mountain? It's the ancestral temple. Except natural disasters and man-made calamities kept forcing the ancestors to migrate, over and over, from place to place. They have a real temple, a proper one, made of stone, the biggest thing they ever built. It's under the mud. And the ancestral temple I've been describing this whole time, the cave, the wooden shrines, the hole in a mountain, is the emergency backup. It's where they carry their gods when the world floods, which is often enough that everyone's used to it. 3 days later, toward evening, Zhiyan came back from the isolation cave, ate, and started throwing Kui Ox Fist in the ear cave. And the force of those punches was such that Master Li Cheng could only nod and shake his head, because A-Jing's punch looks powerful, and his physique doesn't seem to increase. So the old man sighed and turned back to his own business. He's watching the strongest punch ever thrown inside this mountain, and what he's seeing is a small boy trying very hard. And after that flurry, something sprouted inside, chi coursing his whole body, power surging out at that moment, taking a long time to subside. Call! Realm, mountain opening, 10 desolate power. Sorcery, low class. Technique, Kui Ox Fist, high grade. Zhiyan Shaman. Doctor method, Lingyu water control technique. Lifespan, 29. Mountain opening, the realm that 3 men climbed into boiling blood for. The realm that cracks the mountainside when it arrives. And when it happened to him, there was no rumbling, no cracks on the slopes. Nobody noticed. He ate dinner and punched the air and became one of the 18 strongest people in his tribe, standing in a supply closet. And in the next room, an old man was sighing about his poor constitution. And the readout is different from the first time, and he isn't surprised. The tripod already manifests his cultivation state, so of course it changes as he changes. And on the path of witchcraft, he's now feeling his way across a river by touching the stones. I'd like to compile some methods for enlightenment and spiritual practice. I'm having trouble finding a starting point. Lifespan is still not enough. Under cover of night. The Zhuye mountain range. Outside a marsh the receding flood left behind, below a rocky mountain, in a cave made of piled stone, several figures leaning against the wall, quietly resting, second-tier jerky in their mouths. And Boulder came in from a distance and crouched in a crevice, watching the water. The body of water isn't large, and as the level dropped, a dorsal fin several meters high came out of the middle of it, and many animal bones scattered around it. He watched a long time, then went back into the cave. I've searched every corner of these mountains. There are no other wild beasts. Everyone's fed. Let's get to work while this mountain-scaled beast is still asleep. That's the plan, not, we found a wounded one, not, we got lucky. It's asleep. Go now. Sun shining bright. At the foot of the mountain, figures over 2 meters tall carry enormous stones like they're nothing, deftly building field ridges along the undulating ground. And as temple keeper, Zhiyan naturally does no manual labor. And even if he wanted to, it wouldn't be his turn, because his clansmen all think he's too delicate and should be off sorting herbs with Master Li Cheng. A-Jing's physical gifts are not ideal. That's the consensus of the entire tribe. 2,000 people, unanimously, have agreed that the strongest man among them shouldn't lift anything heavy. A-Jing, the clan chief is looking for you. So he changed direction, because as clan chief, Li Wei's biggest difference from everyone else is that he has his own cave, which is also where clan meetings happen. Clan chief. A-Jing, Master Li Cheng says you have a lot of talent in shaman doctor. He says you've already caught up with him. And he sized Zhiyan up. Because ever since the quarantine business, he'd decided this was one of the few intelligent members of the tribe. A person who can be cultivated. Because of more than 2,000 Zhiyan people, many are willing to fight head-on, and very few are actually good at using their brains. I called you to prepare the neutralizing witch medicine. I'm going to use it next. Same as the quarantine. Do it discreetly. Don't let the clansmen know. Prepare 3 sets of the second-tier version first. I need them late tonight. I'll do it as soon as the clan chief gives the order. And Jiajing didn't ask a single question, accepted the job, left. 3 sets of second tier, late tonight, quietly. Boulder is in the mountains standing over a sleeping monster. And back home, the chieftain is pre-ordering the medicine for men who haven't been wounded yet. One more night of being a small tribe. Ask me what wakes up in that marsh. Night. And in the temple, Jiajing stared intently at a strange fish that still had a mouthful of blood in it. Lifespan was insufficient. This fills the gap. The people of our tribe are really awesome. The high priest plundered the second-tier serpent bone scaled fish. Lifespan, 232 years. Luan's saber through the body. 3 stone troughs of blood. And the fish meat went out with the chieftain. And Chieftain Li Wei didn't leave. They killed the thing in the marsh. Boulder stood over a sleeping monster with a stone spear and 6 men, and it's on the altar now, and nobody said a word about how it went. Old uncle, the plague insect hasn't been near this tribe in a long time, and the infected are all recovering. Don't you think this plague is about to pass? Because when a chieftain speaks up, he consults the experienced man about the professional question. And the old man lowered his head and thought. Because this year, thanks to the witch medicine, plague insects couldn't approach our territory at all, which cut the infected count dramatically. And Jiajing, standing right there, knows exactly why the number looks the way it does. Because he invented most of those fevers himself. The houses at the foot of the mountain are cleared, and the silt is fertile. If the plague's passing, our people can start farming and gathering as soon as possible. Because when it comes to food, earlier is better than later. Also, I don't plan to relocate the ancestral temple for now. You arrange it. The temple keeper is A-Jing now. I've already let go of it. As for whether the plague has passed, I need to look through the ancestors' records first. I'll do whatever the clan chief says. No objections whatsoever. Because it's far more convenient to leave the temple up on the mountain and have offerings delivered in the middle of the night. Clearly, the improved fist and the improved medicine have fueled the clan chief's ambition. And what opinions could a temple keeper possibly have? The clan chief is a cunning man. All I need to do is serve my ancestors and plunder lifespan. Good. And the chieftain stayed, waiting while the old man went through the clan records. And Jiajing helped look, because Zhiyan doesn't have much ancestral experience, and the whole institutional memory of this tribe on the subject of plague is 3 to 5 animal hides. Longest plague on record? 3 months. Shortest? 1. And by the shortest, and by the tribe's current condition, Zhiyan should have survived the plague that followed the flood. But how should I put it? In my opinion, this thing is just Schrodinger's cat. Because the Zhiyan tribe has no idea what's happening further out, all they know is that the area around the tribe is doing well. Of course, I think that way because I'm not the clan leader. All I have to do is serve the ancestors. Chieftain Li Wei is responsible for everything else: food, drink, sanitation. That's the whole information problem of this civilization in 3 lines. They can only see their own mountain. And they're about to decide whether an epidemic is over based on 5 pieces of leather and the fact that nobody they can see is dying. And after discussion, Li Wei postponed the move. Only some clansmen come down to work the land. Housing stays elsewhere. And nobody stops drinking the decoction. He had every reason to declare victory. The record says it's over. His own eyes say it's over. He hedged anyway. The livestock are plump and meaty, and the offerings are plentiful and abundant, Luan's saber into the neck. The high priest plundered a Tier 1 mountain-splitting Kui. Lifespan, 57 years. Lifespan, 1,098. Over 1,000 again. And after the rite and the distribution, he walked to the cave mouth and took a breath. And down the mountain, the terraced fields, leveled all over again, are covered in lush green shoots. 4 months of rain. A flood. A plague. 30 new gods on the altar. And the fields are green. And every so often a hunting party brings a beast back to be offered. But watch the pattern. First-tier beasts arrive in the day. Blood drawn, clansmen arranged to soak. Public, normal, celebrated. Second-tier beasts arrive at night. Blood taken away by the clan chief. And the hunting party that delivers the offerings is split into 2 groups. and Jie Jing was never curious enough to get to the bottom of it, nor curious about where Boulder went. 2 separate supply chains, 2 separate crews. One of them doesn't know the other exists. Because in a tribe where everyone talks, the only way to keep a secret is to make sure no single person is holding the whole thing. Except the chieftain, and the boy at the altar, who sees every animal that enters this mountain and has simply chosen not to think about it. Inside Juye Mountain, and Boulder was leading his people carefully through those mountains, and every man had a clear job. One leads, one follows behind, occasionally pulling dried vicious beast dung from a leather bag and sprinkling it as they go. And Boulder himself moves front, back, and all around, keeping watch. And more than 10 miles behind them, a nimble clansman walks, collecting the spilled dung back into his bag, following branches and stones placed along the route. Look at that formation. They lay a scent trail of predator dung so nothing tracks them. And then they send one man, 10 miles back, alone, to pick it all up again so nothing can follow the trail to the tribe. Nobody here can read. That's a professional infiltration protocol. 20 days out, not a single second-tier beast found, and their range keeps getting further from home. Bypass the Fushan tribe directly, and Boulder checked his hide map because he knows everything within 300 miles, since the tribe navigates by terrain features. Like, there's a mountain in the distance with a huge rock on its summit, and the Fushan tribe sits at the foot of that rocky mountain. Fushan is already considered deep inside the Juye range. There are other tribes further in. Zhiyan doesn't know much about them, because for 300 years, this tribe's range has stayed inside that limited circle. Expanding further would mean significant losses. And the reason they're heading toward Fushan at all? Clan records say a third-tier beast appeared near there once. Come and try your luck. He'd already tried several other places and found nothing. Just a few plague insects traveling the mountains. So they went around Fushan and started climbing the mountain with the boulder on top, meaning to cross it. Fushan is being careless. Why aren't they even lighting a campfire? Do they think the plague's over? Huoyan leaning on a boulder, looking out, and there isn't a trace of smoke in Fushan's direction. And Boulder, the expert, looked too, focused. Because a little over a month ago he came here to observe, and the place was full of smoke and the smell of medicine, and their people were on high alert, which is exactly what made the clan chief so sad about finding no bargains. And after watching a while, Boulder thought, let's rest here for now. So they sheltered under the boulder and rebuilt their strength until nightfall. And there was still no fire down there, and it made everyone restless. Go down, wait for me at the foot of the mountain, I'll take a look. So Boulder went in cautiously, alone, because Fushan's territory works like Juyan's, up the mountain in a flood, down the mountain when there isn't one. And to ward off the insects, bonfires get lit on the hills nearby. So he moved west and climbed the small hill on that side, and the spot where the campfire used to burn had long since turned to a pile of ash. And the area in front of the Fushan tribe was very quiet. Their fire went out. Not was doused, not was attacked. It burned down and nobody put more wood on it. And that sent a chill straight down his spine. So he bit down on his scarf, and the strong smell of witch medicine flooded his mouth and nose and jolted him back. And they waited like that until dawn. And then they saw the Fushan tribe. Some tribesmen came out of the caves, and their movements were a little stiff, and nobody greeted anybody. The atmosphere was quiet and strangely eerie. And a bad thought landed in his head, and Boulder was shocked and went down that mountain in a hurry and almost tripped and fell flat on his face. Brother Zhiyan, what is it? Monkey, get back to the tribe. No, don't go into the tribe. Call the clan chief out and tell him Fushan tribe has a plague insect. The kind that can possess bodies. And everyone froze. That's what a plague insect nest looks like from the outside. Remember the beast's skeleton in the mud, half buried, rising and falling? Fushan is a tribe of people standing up and walking around in the morning sun. And their fire is out. And they don't say good morning. Ask me what a man does when he finds out the neighbors are already inside their own bodies. Li Guang didn't even register it. Did you hear that? So Li Jian lifted his foot and kicked him. Everyone, give the rest of your medicinal soup to Li Guang.
And you wash yourself clean with the soup before you go anywhere near the tribe.
Read that order again. He's just seen a tribe of people walking around wearing their own bodies like coats, and his first instruction is to give the whole squad's medicine to the slowest man. Because Li Guang didn't react, which means Li Guang might already be thinking a little stiff. And Jie got woken out of his sleep, and Chieftain Li Wei was standing in the ancestral temple, reeking of medicinal soup, face extremely solemn. A plague insect, that can possess bodies. The entire tribe, silent, like walking corpses. And hearing it described, Jie felt a chill go down his spine too. Isn't the plague over? The millet seedlings at the foot of the mountain are all green. It's such a vibrant scene. How is it not over? So where is Fushan? He dug through the map and found it, because Zhiyan sits on the southern, outer edge of the Juyue mountain range. And even on the edge, it's still all mountains. Outside Juyue, peaks rise one after another with small, flat pockets divided between them. Look out and it resembles a vast range. And nobody nearby has any idea how many miles Juyue runs. They just call it the Juyue Mountains because it's towering and it runs east to west. And along that east-west line, there are many tribes like Zhiyan. And Fushan is 300 miles northeast. Deeper in than we are. The clan records say some plague insects can directly control wild beasts. I've never heard of them controlling people. And the old man smiled wryly. Could it be that a powerful wild beast died in the Juyue range? Otherwise, how could a plague insect like that even be born? That's the theory. Something big enough died in there that the plague growing out of its corpse learned how to drive. And 300 miles isn't far. Even without wings, once they break loose, they will eventually reach the Zhiyan Tribe. When the rain had just stopped, I sent Li Jian to check the surrounding tribes. At that time, Fushan was in good condition. Because deep in the mountains, nobody collects the drowned. And most plague insects come from the mountains. And Master Li Cheng said nothing, and just searched the records, hoping for inspiration. And the tribe's poverty became apparent at the crucial moment. There are no detailed records, only plague insects that control the movement of wild beasts. Disappointed. 300 years of institutional memory, and at the exact moment it's needed, the file is empty. That's what poor legacy actually costs. It costs you this morning. Then dig a wide trench outside the tribe. Pour in animal oil. Put it in baskets. Light it. Burn all of it down. The old man, offering the only thing he has. Because digging pits and making traps is a common hunting tactic. They don't have an answer for it. So they're going to use the recipe for catching a boar. Uncle, how much plague medicine is left in the clan? Enough for 6 months. No hesitation at all. And hearing that, Chieftain Li Wei felt a slight sense of relief. The man knows his stock to the month, off the top of his head, at 3 a.m., mid-crisis. 6 months. That's the entire margin of survival for 2,000 people, and he had it ready before he was asked. Clan Chief, if Fushan is genuinely infected, this isn't a matter for our tribe alone. Because in Jie Jing's view, the correct answer here is obvious. Everyone unites. And Chieftain Li Wei believes the odds of the tribes uniting are slim. Because even though Zhiyan is much stronger now, he'd still rather defend himself. And even if they could unite, never mind that they lack absolute strength, it would be difficult for anyone to work with one heart. And as for asking Shang Huang for help, Shang Huang would probably be delighted if all the other tribes took losses. There it is. That's the wilderness in one exchange. The transmigrator, from a world of nations and treaties, says the obvious thing. Band together. It's coming for everyone. And the chieftain, who has lived here his whole life, knows that the strongest neighbor would enjoy watching them die. And he's right. We've watched Wang Tao work. He interrogated children and threatened a man's life over a plank. And Jie Jing didn't argue. The clan chief leads the men and blocks the plague insect. My task is to keep my people alive as much as possible. Protecting the tribe is protecting myself. And Li Wei hurried off to make arrangements, and Jie Jing got to work with the old man, preparing dose after dose of witch medicine and racking them in wooden frames. And while his hands worked, his mind went. I'm a proper wizard now. Not a professional one, but I've mastered witchcraft. Witch medicine only prevents plague insects. Witchcraft is the only thing that gets rid of them. And the clan record on this contains a dozen or so words. In my view, the fewer the words, the bigger the matter. He has to think of something. Urgently. Because, and here's the part where he stops pretending it's a business arrangement, the Zhiyan Tribe is his home. If I lose my home, where do I run with my current strength? Why would I abandon Zhiyan and go be a temple keeper somewhere else? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think you'd be treated like a human being in another tribe? Because although everyone is called human race, in the eyes of many tribes, other human races are slaves. And sacrifices. If you show up, they might be overjoyed. And then they'll love you with their whole heart. And, in reality, your value is less than the women and children. And someone with my physique and my unremarkable talent probably wouldn't even be worthy of being a sacrifice. That's the world. That's why he said yes to the temple. That's why he's never once thought about leaving. Every kindness in this recap, the marrow in his bowl, the jerky in his arms, 40 men holding a monster still so a runt doesn't lose face, is not normal out here. It's a local anomaly, and he knows it, and he's not going anywhere. Deriving plague-curing witchcraft. While working, right there, hands still moving. Contribu are a mediocre wizard. You have studied witchcraft for over 1,000 years, and you understand that the key to witchcraft is capturing that glimmer of inspiration. You dare to think and act. Using witch medicine boiled with beast blood as ink, and the shamanic script of the Lingyu water control technique as a framework, you attempt to create a practical witch talisman from that fusion. Stop and look at what he just did. The medicine is Zhiyan's, 300 years of his people burying each other to learn it. The script is Lingyu's, stolen off a shipwreck from 10,000 miles away by a tribe he's never seen. Nobody has ever put those two things in the same room. Nobody could. You'd need to be the tribe's shaman and hold a dead civilization's alphabet. There is exactly one person on this continent who is both. You spent 3 years drawing talismans. All attempts failed. Stubborn people never lose heart. Starting from the materials the talisman is carried on, after 7 years, you find that mountain-splitting Kui leather is the best carrier. You repeatedly hold to your own ideas, trying to integrate the mystical aura of the script with the witch medicine. After countless failures and attempts, you finally fuse one shamanic script with witch medicine. The moment the talisman took shape, it flashed red, and a surge of energy poured out and immediately receded. Only then do you realize 100 years have passed. Congratulations! You have deduced your first witch talisman, the plague-repelling charm. Kui leather. The animal his tribe has hunted for 3 centuries. The animal their fist is copied from. The thing they eat. That's the paper. Everything in that talisman is Zhiyan. Only the letters are foreign. And in the ear cave, Master Li Cheng looked at a dazed Jie Jing and got up and draped a hemp robe over him. Splash. And Jie Jing's hand trembled and the herbs fell out of it. And just as the old man was about to speak, Jie Jing shot up and walked out and came back with a ceramic bowl and the blood vessel. Ah Jing, what are you doing? Master, I suddenly have a flash of inspiration. And he poured a prepared dose of witch medicine into the bowl, put it on the stove, and started cooking it. And under Master Li Cheng's astonished gaze, he poured the boiling soup into beast blood to mix an ink, then went and got a piece of kui skin from outside, dipped it, and started to write. This. And Master Li Cheng was a little confused. Except he's seen this before, because everyone has been young. And when you're young, you have a lot of ideas and you act without thinking them through. Looking back now, it must have been more than 40 years ago, back when he was learning shaman doctor from the previous temple keeper. And at the time, he thought, the so-called witch talisman is just something written. So why can't I try it myself? What if I'm a genius? So he tried it. The result was not so. The talent points went to the medicine dumplings. 60 years ago, in this same cave, a boy did this exact thing. Boiled the medicine, mixed the ink, believed he might be the one. And nothing happened. And he spent the next 6 decades making pills and being kind and never told anyone. And he's watching it happen again. And Master Li Cheng didn't disturb him, and even made his own. Movements a little lighter, preparing the herbs. He didn't laugh. He didn't stop him. He didn't say, "I tried that, it doesn't work, don't waste the medicine." He got quieter so the boy could concentrate. That's a man who remembers exactly how it felt and refuses to be the one who takes it away. And Jie finished the shamanic script and set the pen down, and a medicinal fragrance came off the words. "Master, take a look. Ask me what 40 years of a man's disappointment weighs when the boy actually pulls it off." And the old man glanced at it and found it quite mysterious. Could A-Jing genuinely have talent for this? "Why don't you try one, sir?" And Jie handed him the pen. And seeing that eager look, Master Li Cheng picked it up and started to write. Because here's the thing about ink mixed from witch medicine and beast blood. It smells of medicine and stinks of wild beast no matter who writes with it. Writing something genuinely extraordinary depends on the writer. And when he finished his sketch, he found that although it smelled right, it resembled Jie only in form. It had none of the spirit, and the aura coming off it was quite similar to his medicine dumplings. "I'm getting old," and he put the pen down. "It seems your talent on the shamanic path is much better than I imagined." He tested it, on himself, immediately. He didn't argue, didn't dismiss it, didn't protect his own standing. He picked up the pen, wrote the same thing, compared the two honestly, and conceded the point out loud to a 16-year-old inside 10 seconds. That's the man who spent 40 years believing the talent wasn't in him, and he just proved it again, on purpose, so the boy would know it was real. Although I don't recognize what this is, it seems to possess a certain charm. Perhaps it really will have an effect. May our ancestors protect us. And Jie could tell the old man doesn't actually think the talisman is powerful. And he offered encouragement anyway. Come to think of it, if you drew a random talisman and claimed it was real, who would believe you? None of the tribes have this legacy. Could it be that your ancestors have bestowed blessings on you? So he went out and picked a good quality mountain-splitting kui hide, cut it into pieces, dipped them in the medicinal ink, and started drawing plague-repelling talismans. And Master Li Cheng didn't stop him, because he thinks the talisman is basically a medicine dumpling. It's only a matter of preparing medicine. I can do that without his help. And I don't want to discourage the boy from having ideas. So the cave went quiet, with the occasional crackle of a burning lamp wick. 5 drawings in, Jie felt a wave of dizziness and stopped, rubbing his head, mentally exhausted. Go rest if you're tired. The medicine can't be prepared in a day. A few days later, definitive information. Zhiyan Tribe is over, because Boulder found the skeletons of more than a dozen wild beasts inside their territory. It came out of the Juyu mountain range, and along the way, rotting flesh corroded the soil and the rocks, leaving a trail of decay and stench. As for why Zhiyan never noticed, nobody knows. And after devouring the beasts, the plague insect turned the entire Zhiyan tribe into a new breeding ground. And after a period of development, the possessing plague insect split into several routes out of Zhiyan and set off. And one of them is heading for the Zhiyan Tribe. They didn't notice. An entire tribe, with a chieftain and watchman and a shaman and fires on the hills, got eaten from the inside and never sounded an alarm. That's not carelessness. That's the design. By the time you can tell, the thing telling you is already it. And in the temple, Jie organized his talismans, preparing to hand them to the men on the line. Because the most direct way to find out if something works is to use it. And per scouts, the possessing plague insect is less than half a day from tribal territory. A-Jing, stay at the ancestral temple. Give me the talismans you drew. Because Master Li Cheng had a bamboo basket on his back, preparing to leave, since the boy drew them, he can't discourage his confidence, so he'll take them and give them to the clansmen to wear. The medicinal scent is useful anyway, and it's much more convenient to wear than my dumplings. The output is just a bit low. He's going to the front line. The oldest man in this tribe, whose blood declined decades ago, who can barely walk uphill, is putting a basket on his back and going out to meet the thing that ate Zhiyan, carrying a boy's craft project because he doesn't want to hurt his feelings. Good, and Jie nodded and raised his hand and swung out a rope and looped it around him. And then, with another wave, stuffed a piece of burlap in the old man's mouth. Master, you're getting old. You should rest at the ancestral temple. I'll go. Wah! And with Master Li Cheng glaring at him, Jie tied him up inside the cave. Don't worry, Master, I'll record everything for you. Because that basket has pen and ink in it, and the old man's purpose was obvious. He wanted to get a good look at the possessing plague insect, and write it down for the people who come after. That's what he was doing. He wasn't going out to fight. He knows he can't fight. He was going out to stand close enough to a thing that eats tribes to describe it properly, so that the next temple keeper, in the next plague, in 50 years, wouldn't open the records and find a dozen words. He was going to fill in the file with his own body. And the boy tied him to a rock. So Jie put the basket on his back and walked east down the mountain path. And from up there he could see the great ditches below, 3 of them, blocking the northeast approach to tribal territory, 10 feet apart with wooden planks laid across as bridges. And the ditches and the ground are yielding with firewood, with witch medicine on top, ready to light. And inside the ravines, tall shelves holding jars of animal fat, so if too many insects come, you break the jars and flood the ditch with oil. They built that in days. 3 ditches, bridged, preloaded with fuel, with oil bombs on racks, because the old man said, dig a trench and burn it all down, and 2,000 people did it. It's a boar trap, scaled up to catch a plague. And martial artists are highly resistant, provided they're the ones being bitten. So everyone guarding this line is a martial artist, and every precaution has been taken. All of them reeking of medicinal soup, with prepared soup standing by that they can jump into and wash at any moment. Weapons, javelins, crossbows, rockets, animal oil. And the reason for 3 wide trenches is to buy distance, enough room between the insects and the men for a long-range fire attack. Uncle Chen, Uncle Shu, greeting people on the way down. Ajing, give us the things and go back and look after the clan. We'll block it. Plague insect isn't getting through. So he handed out the medicine dumplings. It works whether you eat it or crush it and rub it on your body. Ajing, come back. Don't go any further forward. Because the outermost line is held by Boulder and the other mountain opening martial artists. Ajing, don't come any closer. And he crossed both ravines and arrived on the flat ground behind. The third one. And took out 3 witch talismans and handed them to Boulder. Witch talisman? And Boulder was taken aback. Because he's looking at winding runes cut to a uniform size, giving off the fragrance of medicine and the aura of blood evil chi. When did our tribe get a witch talisman? And the other mountain opening men on the line crowded in. Get away! Don't get that close to aging! And Boulder immediately glared and shooed them all off, and grabbed the talismans and stuffed them into his shirt. I understand. You should go back now. He didn't ask a single question. A boy with no martial talent walks to the front line holding magic that does not exist in this world, and the first thing Boulder does is clear a perimeter around him, because people are standing too close to the small one. And the second thing is hide the impossible object in his own clothes. He doesn't know what it is. He knows who gave it to him. That was enough. So Jie distributed the rest and taught them how to use it. When you use it, tear it open forcefully and throw it. All right, we understand. Now go back quickly. The plague insect is nearly here and your body is too weak to withstand infection. 10 desolate powers. Mountain opening. The strongest man on that field by a distance nobody can measure. Your body is too weak. Call out. A rocket tore into the sky in the distance. The possessing plague insect is here. And Li Guang came leaping in from far off. HTML they come. Get ready. Ajing, you should leave, quickly. Ask me what a plague looks like when it's wearing your neighbors. And Boulder pushed him back, so he didn't linger. He walked to the rear. And bonfires went up inside and outside the mountain, thick medicine smoke climbing into the air, the smell of herbs filling the whole valley. And from behind the ravine, he turned around and looked out. And figures came out of the gaps in the mountains, moving like corpses, about 300 of them. And despite the stiffness, these people roll and climb and jump, and some of them are carrying weapons. And they found us. Across a vast mountain range, without a road, they walked directly to the Zhiyan Tribe. Could the plague insect be intelligent? Could it have taken the Fushan tribe's memories? Fushan knew where we live. They were neighbors for 300 years, and now the thing wearing them knows too. Buzz! 100 feet from the first line, the front rank of possessed collapsed like ripped sacks, and pea-sized plague insects poured out and rushed at Boulder's line. 30 feet out, they hit the wall of burning witch medicine smoke and stopped dead. It works. The recipe he forged in a cave and slipped into an ancestor's shrine, it just stopped a charge at 30 feet. And as more piled in, some broke through the hesitation and kept crawling straight into the trench, where the witch medicine was already burning. The medicine's working beautifully. Don't pour the oil yet. Wait until there's more of them. Boulder, inspecting the ditch and stopping his own men from wasting the fuel, because the insects that made it in are so disoriented by the smoke that they cannot climb out. Splash them! And long-handled ladles scooped animal oil and flung it across the ditch onto the possessed. Rockets right behind it. And for the ones moving too fast, throw a lit wooden spear and pin them where they stand. Then a ladle of fat over the top, and they burned before they ever reached the ditch. And the insects crawling out of them were like ants on a hot pan, spinning in circles, unable to do anything at all. Clusters of fire outside the ravine, popping like firecrackers. It's one-sided, not close, not brave, one-sided. Wooden spears out of the air, every throw landing, because these men have hunted their whole lives, and a leaping target is just a target. They can't even break the first line. And Zhiyan let out a breath. After all, they're not living people. However agile they look, they don't seem to have a brain the way they did when they were alive. The possessing plague insect doesn't seem that powerful. Some of the clan records are just frightening their own people. Never say that. Chirp! And one of the figures at the back opened its mouth and screamed, and every eardrum on that line bulged, and men grabbed their ears and went down squatting in pain. Chirp! And Jiejing's mind went blank. He felt like he was being mentally attacked. Not good! And Chieftain Li Wei, who had been holding the whole picture, rushed the front. Boulder, retreat to the second ravine, now! And the possessed outside the ditch spread their arms like a great bird spreading wings, and jumped. And Boulder reacted first, hurling the spear in his hand at the wooden frame in the ditch. Pour the oil, now! Launch the rock attackers! Because he'd been holding that oil. He hadn't let them light the ditch, because it made no difference. The insects were too agitated to cross anyway. But the people who fell in Zhiyan Tribe were human race. How is a possessed human flying? This is very un-witchcraft-like. And Li Wei was at the front, knocking them out of the air again and again, and there were too many. And in a blink, dozens of them cleared the first ravine and exploded, crackling and popping. And plague insects fell like hailstones, splashing everywhere, hitting the tribesmen. And a large portion of them leapt at Chieftain Li Wei. And behind them, the one that screamed split open, and a strange bird flew out. A cat's head, one leg, a pig's tail. And it flicked that tail and came straight for Chieftain Li Wei, pale eyes gleaming. That's the mother. The screaming was never a weapon. It was a lid coming off. And the falling insects threw the martial artists into chaos, every man instinctively slapping at his own body, and the hilltop went to pieces. Chieftain Li Wei swarmed, insects all over him, and the strange bird lining up the ambush. And both of them got caught completely off guard because Jiejing screamed from the mountain, "Smash that bird with the witch talisman!" And Boulder was the first of his people to react. Instinctively, he pulled the pills and the talismans out of his shirt. Tear it! Tear it! Smash it! And he was about to throw, and yanked his arm back, and ripped all three hides open with a rip, and threw them at Chieftain Li Wei. Buzz. And the three talismans split, and a stream of bloody water swirled up. And the air solidified into overlapping, winding runes, and charged the one-legged strange bird. Chirp! And the moment it touched them, fear flashed through those pale eyes. And blood runes swept across its wings, and they sizzled and gave off white smoke. And the strange bird screamed in despair. Look at what's on that field. Zhiyan medicine, Zhiyan beast blood, Zhiyan Kui hide, and Lingyu letters. A tribe 10,000 miles away that nobody here has ever seen, that lost a ship in a storm. Its alphabet just burned the wings off a plague god above a millet field. What a witch talisman! And Boulder, mid-charge, froze. eyes wide, instinctively slammed the brakes, and got no cooperation from his legs, and went down, face first in the mud with a thud. "A can! You're a real witch talisman!" And he scrambled up out of the mud and roared it. "Tear the talismans! Smash that stinky bird! A can is real!" And not satisfied with shouting, he ran to a nearby clansman, snatched that man's talisman out of his hands, and hurled it at the strange bird too. "Ha! Witch talisman, that's awesome!" That's the sound of the Zhiyan Tribe entering the shamanic path. A 2-meter man, face full of mud, stealing his friend's magic to throw more of it, screaming a boy's name at a monster. And that's where I'm going to leave you. So let me put the whole board on the table. 5 months ago, a man died at his desk and woke up drowning, and the first thing that happened to him was a hand pulling him out of a river. He was the smallest person in his tribe. He still is. 2,000 people have unanimously agreed he's too delicate to carry rocks. His chieftain stands on a mountain and grieves that such a clever boy has no future. His teacher puts the marrow in his bowl and blames his own teeth. His best friend hands him his last food on his way to a vat that kills 2 men in 3. And every one of them is wrong. Because he's mountain opening now. Because he has the fist that 300 years of chieftains never found. Because he has a language the most powerful shaman in this region has been sniffing at for 2 months and cannot read. Because his people's survival rate doubled, and they think it was the dead who did it. He forged their gods. He robbed their altar with their own holy knife. He watered the sacred blood with bone dust. He put 500 healthy people in quarantine caves to make his tribe look sick. He has apologized to the ancestors 4 times and meant it every time. And tonight, he stood on a hill and screamed the answer, and a man he calls uncle tore it open and threw it, without asking a single question, because A-Jing gave it to him. And here's what he doesn't know. He thinks he found a shipwreck. 10,000 miles north, a tribe with a divine treasure realm at its head lost a vessel of 3rd-tier ironwood in these mountains, and something broke it. And that something is still in the Juyu Range, and it killed a whole tribe on its way out. And the plague standing in his millet field tonight is only one of several routes it sent. 3,000 miles south, a heavenly meridian warlord is hunting fragment by fragment, and he told Li Wei to his face, "Hide it, and don't blame Shang Huang for what happens next." And 5 zhang beneath the Zhiyan ancestors, in a hole a chieftain dug with his own hands, the rest of that ship is sitting in the dark. And the only man alive who can read it just told 2,000 people that his talismans work. Which means the secret is out. Which means, by tomorrow, everyone from here to Shanghuang knows the little tribe on the southern edge has witchcraft. He has 29 years of lifespan left. Ask me again what it costs to be the only one who can read.